Good morning, welcome to the Sewing Quarter. Now a slightly unusual day today. It's kind of a day of stunt doubles. So here's what happened. On Monday we decided to plan for today and put in a dog show with dog beds and dog coats and all things dog. Brilliant. And would I bring in Eric, my Great Dane, because he likes doing this sort of thing and he does films and TV and stuff. Yep, brilliant, bring him in. Monday night, go home, Eric's very ill, has to have an operation. So, he's on the mend, by the way, but we've had to bring in his stunt double. So this is Arthur, and it's basically like Eric, but shrunk. So as you can see, he's had an early start, what can I say? So Arthur's with us today, he's going to be with us all morning, and he's going to be modelling dog beds, etc. at 10 o'clock. Now, when we came in this morning, producer Paul was also rather poorly this morning, so we had to get his stunt double in, which is the lovely Hannah. So producer Hannah is with us this morning. We're all playing catch up, so bear with us this morning while we find out exactly what we're doing. Apart from that, it's all good. So this morning we are bringing you your favourites. So the bee's knees is what I like to call it, think of this hour. We're bringing you back those beautiful, beautiful beehive sewing kits. Beehive and all that kind of thing. So they sold out last time. They were so popular they went. We've managed to get them back in just in time for you to get them for Mother's Day, if you haven't got that organised yet. Hannah says she's not a mother, but she would still quite like one. You can do that too. That's absolutely fine. And then we've got 2 hours of quilting. Fabulous Lucy Brennan is here. She's having a quick bowl of porridge, getting her strength up, ready for 2 hours of quilting. We're looking at Dresden plates and we're looking at beautiful triangular-y thing. That's about as technical as I get on that. And that will be 11 o'clock. So lots to stay tuned for this morning. But let's start off with all of your favourites with those bee's knees. Join me over here. Smile. Come on. So the website... Oh, he's just going to stay there. The website is where you can get in touch with us this morning, and it's got the list of all things under there. So get in touch, go to watch the live show. We will be there, there we go. And then underneath, message the studio. So that's for a little quick chat. If you've got a lot to say, then please email us, because there's a sort of a character limit on the message to studio web chat bit. So you can always email us, which is studio@sewingquarter.com. And then underneath that will be all of today's products, so that you can, it's basically a quick go-to shopping list of everything that you'll see on the shows. So it's just cleared itself for today so that we can start loading them up. So let's get going. Where should we? Let's start with this, because I know that this was a massive seller first time that we brought it, and it just went like that. And this is the fabulous bee's knees sewing kit. So it's just really rather gorgeous. It's amazing, says producer Hannah. It's just very unusual, and it's just cute, it's charming, absolutely delightful. It's very just charming to have just there, isn't it, just on the side, let alone the fact that it's actually very functional. So you've got your lovely handle there, very sturdy, I have to say. Can you hear that? It's not solar powered. No, it's just not direct. It's probably about the only thing it isn't. But when you open it up, look, you've got a tray that you can put everything in. It's even got little fingery bits so that you can pull it out with ease. And then you have got loads of space. Look how deep that is. There is loads of space in there for all of your goodies. It's $32.95, which for something like this is just absolutely gorgeous. So pop all your goodies in there. There's room for lots and lots of fat quarters in there, lots of fabric, and then all your scissors and bits and bobs on the top there. I just think it's absolutely charming. But it comes as part of a kit. That's got a magnetic clasp there, if I can just diddle it. Oh, there it is. Sorry, I'm doing it back to front and upside down. So let's have a look at the embroidery on here. So, you know, it's beautiful, beautiful embroidery. You've got lots of hexagonal things going on. Then you've got flowers under there. It's perfect for spring, perfect for, look at this. Lots of you buying these as gifts. But not just Mother's Day either, Easter gifts, any kind of gifts. Or even if it's just for yourself and it's just something a little bit quirky, a little bit different, and just a fun, you know, quite frankly, it's fun. So if you know someone that loves their embroidery, of course this is absolutely perfect, isn't it? Because it's got all of that on there, and your applique bees, which are absolutely gorgeous. There you go. And the detail in this, it's not just this is the house and you just look at the front. It is all the way around. It is the full 360, all the way around there. It's just lovely. They've even got lovely hinges on the back, not just plain, boring ones, really lovely ones. So this is just going to be a talking point, isn't it? Absolutely lovely. Lift that out and you've got loads of storage in there. And you're good to go. Beautiful. Now, that's your beehive. We're gonna come back to that later. But we've got other goodies within the range. So maybe it's something that last time you bought one, absolutely love it, and now you're stocking up on other parts of the range. I want to show you this. I think this is one of my favourites. Can I say that, Producer Hannah? No, I meant the... Yeah. I have to be really careful because Producer Hannah says she wants to buy this for her mum, and of course, if I say that, I give the game away, but her mum does know, so that's all right. I've done that before now. I've, you know, ruined many a surprise. Now, so this is just fabulous because, look at this. It opens out, and this is what it comes with. It actually comes with all of these. So for £22.95, you're getting scissors, but they're so sharp they've actually had to be covered. You've got some thread. What's in this little one here? Oh, a set of needles in there. And then you've got your seam ripper. You've got your tape measure. And then here, I don't know where that word went. Oh, what? And then you've got a bee there. You've got a pin cushion in the middle. You see, it's details like that, isn't it? They didn't have to pop a bee there, but they did. And it looks like a daffodil when it's opened up. It does, doesn't it? It's lovely. So a couple of pins in there as well. Pin cushion there. Absolutely charming. There you go. That will just look lovely in any room, isn't it? Because it's just a really beautiful thing. So whether you know, if you love your bees, then here we go. It's all natural as well. This is a lovely natural feeling fabric there. And then you've got your bees. So this will go in any colourway as well, in any colour scheme, because it's neutral. So it's just going to work. So whatever colour you decide to change your room, doesn't matter. And so you've got your bees everywhere. You've got 3 bees on here. 3 bees? 1, 2, yeah, 3 bees. 4 bees. Many a bee. And then you open that up and it just is utterly charming. I love this. I absolutely love this. £22.95. What a fab gift. Or maybe you've got someone that's going off to university and you want to send them off with a little sewing kit, but it's actually lovely. Actually, because that's spongy, you could use that as a pin cushion as well. So not only could you be working, just pop that down, have everything out, and then pop your pins in there if you wanted to. It really is so versatile and just a really, really lovely thing. Now, I mean, imagine if you start to get the collection. It's lovely, isn't it? Really lovely. CAGQ90. So there we go. So these ones sold out very quickly before. So, you know, if you're after them, if you missed them last time, then go for it. £22.95 for that. And of course, it's full. It's got goodies in there. It's got things like your scissors and your measuring tape and things like that in there. So very, very lucky to have got these back so quickly, actually, because this was only on, what, weekend or so ago? But lots of you are asking, so we do our best. You know, when we know that you love something, we bring them back as quickly as we can. Now, the other things in the range. Oh, the knitting bag. We were so busy for the knitting bag last time. Now, we've brought more this time because we didn't have loads last time, and it really did just go like that. So if you're after the knitting bag, what a lovely way to be able to keep all your yarns in there. And this is what I love with the knitting bags. You've got the zip there, again in a lovely colour as well. So pop your needles in there, or your patterns, or whatever else needs to be there. But I don't know about you, but if I knit or crochet or whatever, then the cats are always there. So it's always handy when you have something like this. You've got this little hole there. So that just means that you can put your yarn through there The cats aren't going to go after the ball as it moves because the ball's going to be encased in here. Keeps your yarn clean and you're only taking out what you need. So really, really handy. £20 and 95 pence, which means that you can knit, you can crochet on your way to work, and you can keep everything clean. So if you're going on a train or something, you're like, don't really want to get everything dirty, doesn't matter. And actually, you've got your wool to take with you, you've got everything there. Doesn't have to be for wool. I mean, it's just, we only say that it's for wool because of having that at the end and because these are long enough to fit your knitting needles in. But that is actually, oh! See, this is why we have great producers and directors, because they've said, you know, pop your headphones through there. I wonder if that's big enough to pop your headphones through. I don't know, they're technical, they'd know. So NTGQ26 for your Bee Design knitting bag. This went so far. So if you missed out on it last time, we have brought it back. There we go. So this is it. Many a bees. We'll come back to these later. If you've just joined us, well done on joining us so early on a Sunday morning. If you haven't joined us yet, and you're watching us on repeat, well done for joining us on repeat. Now, this is the other part of this is the last of the bee range. Now, this is a lovely gift, a lovely starter gift. Again, you know, maybe you've got someone going off to university or you've got a gran who's difficult to buy for. You can never have too many kits, or maybe this is the first kit that you buy your child or your grandchild. £10.95, it's an affordable gift. EGGQ93, because instead of buying the grandkids chocolate for Easter, why don't you sit down, maybe buy one of the kits off our website and start sewing. It's got everything that you need. So you've got your threads, you've got your seam ripper. I don't even know. Oh, there are your needles in there. Your little pot of needles, so they're always safe. You've got buttons. You've got safety pins. You've got your tape measure again. You've even got a thimble. So the lining, of course, is matching everything. And that colour, of course, is matching the beads. It's matching the threads. Everything ties in, which is what I really love. So you've got your natural on the outside, and then you've got that on the inside, which kind of looks like the inside of a flower, or it's almost sort of, oh, it's just beautiful. Absolutely love it. And a very lovely thing. So £10.95 for your bee's knees. I keep calling it bee's knees. Bee Design sewing kit there. £10.95. Now, our P&P is done per day. So if you're just, you know, relaxing on a Sunday morning, flicking through the channels, and you've just come across us, we've not been going for very long. And our postage works very differently to other channels' postage. So the way that we work it is you can check out your basket as many times as you like throughout the day. You can buy as many things as you like. We will only charge you one P&P. That's per day. So £2.95 per day, not per transaction, not per item, nothing like that. It is £2.95 per day. So check out your basket as many times as you like, and that postage is applied at midnight, basically. Right, let's move on. We'll come back to those. Don't worry. I'm just going to park them there for a little while. There you go. Where should we go? Oh, the spool rack. This is another one that we just can't keep in stock. You just go crazy for it. 60 spool thread rack here. £19.95 for this. Absolutely brilliant. And because it's tiered, then it's absolutely brilliant, because you can see nothing gets hidden at the back. You can really see. Obviously, this comes without any threads. You fill it with your own threads. But for £19.95, you can get organised, get everything tiered up, organised. I would, if this were me, I might do a layer of spools and then pop these on the one in front so that I've got my corresponding ones. You've got enough there, haven't you? If you've got 30 threads. People do multi-buy these. You know, it's one of those things. If you've got a workroom, you can keep these, you know, just on the cupboard, in the shelf, whatever, and absolutely it's all there. And it's a thing of beauty. Now, how many times do you lose a thread? I have got about 4 or 5 different black threads because I keep losing them. Oh, a bit like here. Look. This is looking very similar to mine. So instead of having to buy because you've misplaced them, you can't quite remember where you put them, have them all out. And actually, maybe you can make it look like a real beautiful thing. Because can we see the one on our set at the back? Can we show this up here? Isn't that just an absolute thing of beauty? That makes me so happy. Not going to lie, that makes me really happy. Absolutely beautiful. But the one we've got today obviously comes without the thread, but you can make yours look as beautiful as that. Get it all absolutely organised to perfection with your spool rack. So 1995, you know, whatever you've got, whether it's embroidery thread, whether it's sewing thread, whatever it is, pop it on here, 1995 MBGQ43. This is another one that we struggle to keep in stock. So when we see it, when it comes to wear, grab it. Grab it, grab it. Now you might be thinking, well, I don't have enough thread. Ah, well, what about some quilting thread? Now, we talk quite a lot about different sorts of thread, and generally what we use on the show is a poly cotton, is a polyester, 100% polyester, because it's very durable. But a lot of you who quilt want to use 100% cotton thread. So this is for your patchwork. And so if you're using 100% cotton in your patchwork, you would then use your 100% cotton thread. So you've got white in there, beige, gold, hot pink, red, mint, baby blue, navy, mid-grey and black. All in here, all 100% cotton. And it's 100% spun cotton. And it's a size 50/3 and it's a twist. So that's your size. Do you want to see? There. There you go. So that's your black, your mid-grey, navy, baby blue. You've got a green in there as well. Lovely. Really gorgeous. So that's your pack in there. And that is £17.95. So pop that in your basket. Maybe grab yourself a new spool rack to display it on. Is that going to stand? Stay. Yes. Now an update on the bees for you. The most popular one is the knitting bag. I think because it went so fast last time. So if you missed out last time, I don't want you to miss out again. If you missed out last time, here it is for you again. £20.95, NTGQ26. And there it is in all its glory. Knitting needles and patterns down the front, spinning it round. It's just a beautiful, beautiful thing. Look at the bees. I love how, they've all got different trails as well. It's just lovely. It's just really beautifully thought about. And then your yarn coming out there. Beautiful. Maybe just knitting in the garden. Well, anywhere that you knit, where you just need to keep your yarn under control and clean, this is absolutely perfect. Well, under control, I mean without like a cat hanging off it, because that happens. That, under control. There you go, NTGQ26. That's your update. That is selling super quick again today. I think because it went so fast, no one wants to miss out on that again. So let's pop that there for now. Now, another thing that goes super fast are our bias binder makers. So, here's the thing. With your bias binding, if you buy it, then if you're anything like me, you think you've got more than you have, you underestimate how much you need, and you run out part way through a project. Very annoying. You've then got to go to the shop and buy some more. Hope they've still got it in the right colour, hope they've got it in the right width, and if you want a width that isn't the normal sort of 25mm size, then what are you looking at? Actually, you're looking at quite a small range of colours often, or it's quite expensive. So get rid of all of that worry and get your own bias binder maker. Now, we've featured these quite a lot. This has sold out before, but we're bringing them back. This is your 50mm. So the way that this works is you have to cut double. So you have to cut 10mm. That's 100mm, sorry. So that's 10 centimetres. It will come out 50 through there, so that's your 5 centimetre width. And then when you fold it, it gives you a 2.5 centimetre binding strip, okay? So the way that it works, cut your strips, poke it through. If you have trouble feeding it through, then you've got that little gauge there, stick a pin in there and ease it through. Start to pull, iron as it goes, and then you can just pull it back by the handle, iron, 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 Beautiful, job done. That's your bias binding. Roll it up, keep it for when you need. This size, so popular, but quite hard to get in pre-made binding. That's what I mean. And often, if you do find it, firstly, it's very expensive, and secondly, it's in a limited range of colours because it's not one of the most popular sizes. And yet, this has been such a popular size. Now, imagine if you've made your own quilt and then you can't find the right colour to bind it with, because when you go to the shop, they're limited or it's very expensive, but you want to bind it maybe in some of the beautiful fabrics that you've made your quilt from, then this is absolutely perfect. With that 2.5mm turnover that you're going to have, 2.5mm, 2.5 centimetre, 25mm, you know what I mean. You're there with me. It's early for maths. Then it's absolutely perfect. And then you can echo some of the colours, some of the designs round your bias binding, round your quilt, and it's an absolute perfection. It's a beautiful way to finish off your quilt rather than having to go with the limited choice that your local haberdashery might have. So this is a fabulous thing. And then once you've got it, it's an investment. You've got it, you've got it. I was talking to Janice about these the other day, one of our lovely guests, and she says she's had hers for about 20 years. And she's like, you got it, you've got it. That's it, done. So APGQ08, it doesn't run out, unlike your binding. So here we go. You can now make as much as you need. No more having to stop a project partway through because you haven't got any bias binding. Now that's the biggest one. That's the big daddy. The most popular size that people seem to use for dressmaking, things like that is, now this is the 25mm, so that's an inch, which means that you would cut 2 inches or 50mm to slide through there. So that's 50mm when it's slid through there. If you have trouble, again, you've got that groove to stick your pin in and ease your fabric through, and then once it's there, pull it out, iron it, and it's all twisted and done for you. Just have it there, and then just pull it along, iron as you go. It's really easy, and that's your bias binding made. Doesn't have to be bias, can just be normal straight binding, doesn't matter. But for $11.95, any binding in any material. And once you've got it in your stash, you've got it and it's there. EBGQ78, it's a one-off purchase. You never have to buy it again, unless you lose it, in which case, yes. There we go. We can't guarantee whether or not you're clumsy and forgetful like me, in which case you might have to come back for another one. Now, maybe you'd make negligee, use finer materials to work with. Maybe you make a fine scarf, but you want to bind it, then this is the one for you. This is the baby of the family. There we go. It's 12mm, so 24mm, nearly an inch, that you would cut to put through there. And then that's going to be 6mm, which is, hang on, what's that? Quarter of an inch when it's folded, fully folded. There you go. Tiddly tiny, tiddly tiny. So we've got the whole bias binding family here. GPGQ98, £10.95. There. Fab. Oh, someone wants to see the beehive house. Oh, thought they'd all sold out. Oh, they missed the beginning. No, we've got it back again. Okay, here's the thing. Obviously, we are a new channel. If you're just flicking through and just found us, well done. We're not quite 2 months old yet. Nearly, but not quite. Which means that sometimes we're still gauging how much stock to get. And sometimes you take us by surprise with how much you love stuff. And you just, it's like a plague of locusts have gone through the warehouse. But these have been so popular. And so we've brought them back really quickly as we could for you, because we knew how much you loved them. So yes, it did sell out. We've brought it back. And here it is. So nice magnetic clasp there. And then when you open it up, and actually what I love about this, because you've got the roof, you've got some height. You know, often, I don't know about you, but I cram so much in and then I'm struggling to shut it down. Well, no, because you've got the roof that takes up even more height. So you can have some height in the things that you put in your tray. That's no problem at all. And then in here, you've got plenty of space to put in all your bits and pieces. In it all goes. And it's just a really lovely thing. This is one of those things that your kids will remember you having, your grandkids will remember you having. Oh, yeah, do you remember Nana's sewing box? Wasn't that fun? I don't know about you, but for me, I inherited all of my grandmother's sewing things, and I absolutely love them, and I still use them. I don't. I've still got her button tin and things like that, and her needle case and all those sorts of things. They're now mine, and I love that. And they smell of her, and it's very evocative for me, and I really love the fact that I've got those. It's very special. So this could be something that you keep, that is remembered and is handed down because it's sturdy. There you go. Even if you don't have a workroom, it's going to look fabulous in the house. It's very durable. You've got that sort of rattan twisted handle there. It's just and this is woven along here. It's really lovely. So it's all sort of natural. The attention to detail is fabulous. Really, really lovely. Just a lovely gift, a lovely thing to have. Even down to here, the detailing and the stitching on here, absolutely fab. So GHGQ 89, $32.95. It did sell out, and it is back again. Back again this Sunday morning. I even like these. I even like the hinges. It's just a really beautifully put together, lovely thing. So GHGQ 89, £32.95. But there we go. They are very popular. So if you missed out last time, please don't miss out again. Oh, the hex again. Susan would like to see this. Susan, it's our absolute pleasure. Here we go. So first of all, let's stop at the top. Producer Hannah, when she first saw it, wanted it just as the box. She didn't realise it actually had stuff in. I think you can use that as a pincushion, should you wish, because it's nice and squidgy. But when you open it up, the delight continues. So yes, you've got all of the patterning around there, but dun dun dun, yay! So not only does it look like a daffodil, but it's full of goodies. You've got your seam ripper, you've got your needles, you've got your thread, you've got your scissors, you've got a bee, and then you've got a bee. And then up here, you've also got your tape measure. Lovely. So you've got all of that, and then your pincushion in the middle. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. What a fabulous gift. Something a little bit different that's going to look fab on the side. You see, I think that these are things, because they're so lovely, even if you don't have a dedicated workroom, they're just going to look lovely on the side anywhere. So it's perfect. So if you don't sew that much, if you've got a friend that doesn't sew that much, but just every now and then, or you've got, someone who's a new home, maybe you've got relatives that are just setting up their first home together, every home should have a sewing kit. Then this is perfect. So $22.95, CAGQ 90. Oh, Marie's messaging. Good morning, Maureen. Morning. Oh, she says she loves the bee storage items. You're not alone. She says she's spoilt for choice, and they're so unique. They're fab, aren't they? Really lovely. So we've looked at the knitting bag. We've looked at the beehive. Should we look at the little sewing kit? This is something to keep in your bag, keep in the car, keep wherever, or just take with you. You never know. How many times have you gone away on a business meeting or something, business trip, and you turn up and you've ripped something or a button's come off? This is what we need to just always keep with us. So in here, you've got your needles all safely put away in a little case, I guess. You've got your thimble, you've got thread, so whatever colour, you're sorted. You've got your tape measure, you've got your buttons, your scissors, your safety pins, and then you've got your seam ripper, stitch unpicker, whatever you'd like to call it. £10.95 for that. Absolutely fab. All of these very, very popular this morning. So EGGQ 93, and for $10.95, that's yours. It's lovely, isn't it? Now, should we have a look at other things that are very, very handy? Let's have a look at some of the Fiskars things that we've got for you. Now, we love to stock Fiskars. We stock all sorts of different price points on our scissors, but we love these for many reasons. These are our dressmaking shears. Oh, it's all right. Arthur's just got up for a drink. So that Arthur's the dog, by the way. If you just think that I, just keep a guest in the corner, it's like, what was it? British Empire. Do you remember the British Empire? And the receptionist used to keep her child in a drawer. It's a bit like that. Yeah. Okay. Producer Hannah has no idea. She's a bit younger, quite a bit younger than I am. Somebody, if you remember British Empire, yes, Mr. British, just message in so that I know I'm not alone / crazy. Okay, so dressmaking shears. First thing that I absolutely love about this is that they are flat. It's really easy to use. So when you pull that back up, safety, of course, a massive feature for Fiskars. That's your safety clip. It's a bit like gardening shears, but when you do release that, these are spring-loaded, which means I'm not doing anything. The only pressure that I have to give is to shut it, and that's hardly, and then it opens. So if you suffer with hand fatigue, then this is going to be absolutely brilliant for you. These are super, super sharp. You can use them right or left-handed, and here's the thing. When you cut your fabric, you want to keep it as flush to the table, the cutting mat, or whatever you're cutting on, as possible. So you see with these, it just eats it up like that. And you see that does not have to move. If you've got scissors, then just because you have to actually physically open them, because they'll be flat as well, you have to lift the blade. But with these, they can literally just follow along. They are so sharp that actually you can just rip through the material. They are absolutely brilliant. So you've got the safety clasp there. They are spring-loaded. Don't have to do anything. And so they are super easy to use. I think these are brilliant. And not only that, I'm actually right-handed. You've got a soft grip on here, by the way, as well, so they're nice and warm to the touch, actually, rather than being cold like some scissors. There we go. Maybe, and that's with my left hand. Easy. So I can now cut right and left-handed. Really, really easy. Not only that, but there's none of that... you know, when you sometimes things agitate, scissors agitate. I fell off a horse and I've got a big lump on my thumb there. And sometimes scissors really agitate that. I'm not going to have that with these shears. So, you know, this is, if you've got any kind of problem with your hands, these are so easy to use. And being spring-loaded, there's not going to be a problem for fatigue. So $22.95 with these. These are your soft grip dressmaking shears. They've got a 9.5-inch blade there for you. IYGQ 13, $22.95 there. Love them. Love them. Oh, do you want to see what else is quite clever? Oh, producer Anna, have you never seen this? Oh, you're scared of it? Okay, so rotary cutters normally scare me too, but this is brilliant. Again, right and left-handed, either way, doesn't matter. Oh, yeah, of course, producer Hannah's left-handed. Is that why you're scared of rotary cutters? Because they're generally for right-handed people. Oh, she can't use them because she's left-handed. Okay, no, this is an easy one then, because you can use it left or right-handed. And here's the thing. You, hang on, I've got to remember how to do that. So you just pull that up. That reveals the blade. And then this little device, so you can just cut away there. You can also move the blade so it's left or right-handed with that. And then here, if I press that, do I have to put the blade down? Sorry, it's been a while since I played with this. So press that down when the blade isn't engaged and swivel it. So you can have it, if you're cutting at an angle, so it locks into place, and then if you're cutting at an awkward angle, you can actually cut away from you at that angle, or like that, or like that. So if you're a quilter and you're cutting at different angles, then you're still going sort of forwards with your hand, but it's cutting at those different angles, which I just think is brilliant. So you can turn it through all those different angles. But because you are up there, because of the way that the handle is positioned, you are still putting the right amount of weight on there. So it's still going to give you an absolutely perfect cut. So whilst they look scary and they look really odd, you can use them just as normal straight ones. And again, you know, the handle is raised there, so you are getting extra pressure on there if pressure's a problem with you when you're cutting. Or if you want to cut at a funny angle, then you absolutely can. And the pressure is right above there. So as you press, absolutely perfect. Spin it around. So whatever angle you want to cut at, whether you want to cut like that, however you want to cut, you can. It's entirely up to you. Or whether you're just cutting like that. It's up to you. Right and left-handed, no problem, and it just clicks into place. And again, you can change your blade round with these and just pull that out, twizzle it around, and move it for right or left-handed. It's a really nice piece of kit. And again, you've got that easy grip there, $22.95, VKGQ 12 for that. And that's your 45mm blade on there as well. And really good piece of kit. So yeah, we're dealing with right and left-handed people today. So both of those fist guards, absolutely perfect. Oh, question. What's the question? The bias binder makers we've shown, yes. Oh, Claire missed the show the other day. With Janice, where we showed how they work, yes. So if you, oh yeah, okay, so Claire, if you look on YouTube, and what day it was, Friday, and it was our 8 o'clock show. So if you search on YouTube for Friday's show, the very first show, Janice and I talk you through the bias binder. We show you how to cut your strips, and we also show you how to use your bias binder maker. So it's all on there. And $14.95 gets you the biggest bias binder maker, but it's always very popular. And it's hard to get hold of as well, especially this one. But this is, of course, perfect for your quilting, perfect for your dressmaking. This is the most popular size in terms of sort of dressmaking. But then if you're using finer fabrics, then go for that one. So that's your 25 and that's your 12mm. So we've got all three on there on the website for you. You decide which one is the right size for you, or maybe you've already bought one and you're stocking up on another because you love it already. The other thing that I love, your duck-billed scissors. This always looks like it should be on a tray ready for an operating theatre, I think. They are very strange looking, and when I saw them, first of all, I was like, I love them. What is it? But it's your applique scissors. So you can get in, and again, this sort of shape so that you are above the material, you can really get in and cut without cutting the under material. This basically acts as a scoop so that and then you can cut really, really close to tidy up your applique. Very clever scissors. I like these a lot. They're $12.95, but it scoops up the material that you're trying to cut. Because that's the thing, isn't it? Otherwise you go in and you're rummaging around. That sort of lifts it, gives it a platform, and that then cuts it really close to your stitches. So fabulous. You can ruin a whole project. You're right, producer Anne, you can ruin a whole project, because that's kind of the last bit that you do, isn't it? Is trim around the edge of your applique. There you go. In fact, we had a guest that said that she did when she was doing her City and Guilds. I think it was Angela Atwood, that she just cut through the wrong bit because she wasn't using the proper scissors. This would have saved her that. She had to start all over again. Ooh, $12.95 for these. Pop them in your basket. The other thing that always goes, which one? I was going to go with bodkins. I like a bodkin. They're only $1.95, but you get 2 of them. So if you want to just thread your elastic through a waistband, just thread your elastic in there, slide it down until it's gripped, push it through, that's your elastic done. And then with this bodkin, you just squeeze together, pull that down until it releases, grab hold of your material, push that up so that it's gripped and shut, and then stuff it through. So great when you're doing handles on bags, anything that's tight that needs turning, this is perfect. So whether you're doing belts, waistbands, handles, anything like that that's really difficult to turn through, legs on toys, things like that, ears on toys, this is absolutely brilliant. This is brilliant. Yeah. So producer Hannah, you don't have to sit there and turn things with a pencil anymore. TEGQ, we've all been there. 57, $1.95. These are fab, and actually, I find them really, just really useful. And now that I know what they are, and I know that they're actually a thing. I think it was Sammy Claridge that introduced me to the wonderful world of bodkins. Now I know that they're actually a thing. I wouldn't be without mine. Absolutely love it. So $1.95, pop it in your basket. Do you know, it's less than the postage. It's just one of those things, just pop in your basket and then you've got a bit like the glue pen. Do you love English paper piecing? Do you? Do you? Okay, if you do, but maybe you hate the fact you have to baste every single hexagon or shape first, here we go. Do not worry, because this is your glue pen. As you can see, it's been well used and well loved by our guests. You get 2 glue cartridges in here, and this basically means that this is a fabric glue pen. So you just pop you just pop it on. It's bright yellow, so it shows up, but it dries clear. It's not a permanent glue, so then when you have to take the paper out of your English paper piecing, you just pull it off and you pull the paper out. The paper is not ripped or anything like that. You can use the paper again, so it's very economical. If you've bought pre-cut shapes, then you're going to be able to use them again. And then you just need a little bit, and just on your paper, English paper piecing, fold it over. It's got a quick grab, so you're not sat there for ages waiting for it to grab. It's a quick grab, and then off you go. You're then good to then stitch your English paper pieces together. Brilliant piece of kit. A lot of you have been multi-buying these. $5.95. I think somewhere on the website we've got the refills as well, so worth popping those in your basket as well. But $5.95, you get this, you get a stick, whether it's blue or yellow. The colours go. It dries transparent. So JTEQ 57. Excuse me, and pop it in your basket, and you are good to go. Oh, Claire says, thank you for the heads up on the bias binding. Absolute pleasure. Yeah, 8 o'clock on Friday morning. In fact, any shows that you've missed, they will all be put onto YouTube, because we listened to you and you said, well, it's all very well, but I might not be able to watch during the day. I might be at work, or I might have things to do in the evening when it's repeated on the website. So you can watch this show again on the website later on. But if we give you a measurement or something like that, there was no facility for you to pause it, fast forward, rewind, watch something again. So that's why we now upload them all onto YouTube, so that you can then watch them as many times as you like. So we say for dressmaking, we're going through lots of different techniques. But if there's a technique that you've missed, you can watch one of the earlier shows that shows you one of the techniques done. So, for example, Lucy's coming up later with a Dresden plate. She's showing us how to do a curve on a Dresden plate, but last week she showed us how to do a pointed top on the Dresden plate. If that's the finished look you're after, then look back to her other show earlier. So that's why we're putting them all up onto YouTube, so they're there for you. Now, let's have a look at the little purple snips. Oh, these are handy little things. Again, super sharp. Do be careful. But just, I discovered with these, what did I discover? Yeah, just pop them through your finger, so you've just got them there, and then you just hold them with a finger, or you know, not if you don't want. It's entirely up to you. So if you do lots of embroidery, they're really easy to just snip off. Can you hit? If your machine doesn't have a thread snipper, it's just one of those handy things to have. Now, I was trying to work this out. You know when you want to seam rip, you see with this blade, I couldn't work out what it was for, but I think this is why. When you really press them, they cross like that. And that is so you can use it as an unpicker, because you've still got a sharpness there to unpick. So it's not a mistake. I was like, oh, if they manufactured those right now, I think it said that you can get in and unpick if you need to hook things up. Rather than just trying to work with one blade, it's awkward. You've actually got that there. So it's just one of those, you know, multi-cut soft grip handle. And that's your multi-cut. And you've got a grip on there, so it's easy to use. Nice. Nice. Very nice. And then, because they are so super sharp, there you go. You've got a little hood to put them in. It's just really handy, isn't it? Pop it in your gubbins box, in your beehive. Pop it in your beehive, and you're good to go. WIGQ 38 $5.95. Ooh. Can we look at pretty ones? Very pretty, quickly pretty ones. A lot of you have gone for the big rose gold coloured handled dressmaking shears. Why not pop in the little matching thread snips? They're really pretty. This is rose gold colour here, and they're $5.95. It's great, isn't it? You can't go wrong with matching stuff. TXGQ69. Lovely. Again, pop it in your sewing box. Pinking shears, very quickly. Pinking shears, $14.95 for your pinking shears. Producer Hannah, you need a pair of pinking shears. Yeah, no, you do. So when you're working with a material that's fragile, that frays, just pink it up. Pinking shear it up, stops it from fraying. Invaluable in anybody's kit. $14.95. LYGQ40. Just, these have got a good... Oh, they sound fab. And actually, really nicely shaped handles. So There you go. You know what I was saying about sometimes I find things difficult on my thumb? No, these are easy. Off you go. Nice, nice, nice. Dunk, 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 dunk. And off you go. Perfect. $14.95. Pop them in your basket. Now, let's recap the bees. Which bees do we want to go for? We've got to go through them all. Where do you want to start? This is the winner so far. Loving it. So this sold out so fast last time. We've brought it back. We've brought back more stock for you. So hopefully, if you missed out last time, you'll be able to get it this time. So again, I think what I love about this range, it's really beautifully thought out. So that there, that nice sort of mustardy polka dot there, you'll also see in the little sewing kit there. You'll also see it in the middle of your hexagonal. There you go. Can't even speak this morning. And then, so you've got bees on the back, bees on the front, but you've also got your little hole there so that your thread can come out. So perfect for your knitting. So if you missed out on this last time, we've got it back in stock for you today. £20.95. Please don't miss out on it again today. NTGQ26. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you see, that's true. Our director says that his daughter would like that just as a school bag, just to put stuff in. And it's cheaper than a lot of the school bags he buys at. Well, there you go, you see. There you go. And then she can have a little pencil poking out the end. There we go. Now let's have a look at this. This is just a great little gift. Maybe it's a thank you gift, maybe it's an Easter gift, maybe it's a welcome to your new home gift, because every home should have a sewing kit. Maybe it's a kids going off to university sewing kit, whatever it is. Again, with that mustard polka dot through there. Then you've also got your threads, you've got needles in there, you've got thimble, tape measure, scissors, safety pins, seam ripper. Everything you need. You're good to go for $10.95. Absolutely fab. EGGQ 93. Pop it anywhere. I keep one in the car. I keep a little kit in the car. This one. Let's have a look at this one. So this is producer Hannah's favourite, which is why we've got to come back to it. So just is a thing of beauty on the side, whatever. So this sold out last time. So actually, producer Hannah's going to... Hannah, are you just going to get one for your mum, or are you going to get one for yourself as well? Both matching. A lot of you are multi-buying. I think it's one of those things that, because I'm glad you said for you as well, producer Hannah, because otherwise I know what will happen. You'll buy it for your mum and it'll never actually make it to your mum because they've just redecorated their living room so it actually goes. But I think because it is this natural neutral colour, they didn't redecorate for this, just for this. But to be fair, you know, stranger things have happened. But it's just, it will work. Mother's Day coming up. Sorry, Mother McCabe, you now know what you're getting. But $22.95, CAGQ90. But it's not just a pot. Oh, no. It is a thing of beauty. I think these were really popular in the Victorian age. I think that's when these first became a real popular thing. I think. But they are just really lovely. Pin cushion in the middle, bee there, and then you've got tape measure, you've got seam ripper, needles, threads, scissors. Do you know, actually, I'm going to take these scissors out because can you just see the detail on those scissors? That's what we're looking at, is attention to detail in everything. Really beautiful. Really beautiful scissors for $22.95, all part of your bee design sewing. You see, you wouldn't just pop it in the drawer, would you? Would you? Oh, in your present drawer. Oh! Producer Hannah's that organised. She actually has a present drawer. So even if you don't have anyone to buy for yet, but, you know, someone's going to have a birthday or something. Producer Hannah buys stuff when she sees it. My mum's the same with cards. She buys cards when she sees them for someone's birthday, even if it's like, you know, a year before, and she just keeps them there and then forgets she's got them and buys another one. So often we get 2 cards for birthdays. It's a thing. $22.95, CAGQ90, and that is, quite frankly, gorgeous. Do you know what else is gorgeous? The actual beehive. Oh, the British... Oh, Thank you, thank you. So earlier on, I've got my spaniel here. I've got Arthur. He is my Great Dane stunt double today because Eric's not very well. And we'll meet Arthur again later. He's sound asleep behind me on his new bed that I've made him. And we'll meet him later. But yeah, he did just creep back there, and I did feel like the receptionist at the British Empire, you know, where she has the baby in the drawer. So a lot of you do actually remember that series. Thank you, thank you. Producer Hannah, still no idea what I'm talking about, but that's fine. That's just usual. No change there. Cameraman Mike, British Empire, ever watched it? No. Oh, director Richard has heard of it, but wasn't an avid fan. Well, never mind, that's fine. I think he was meant to be an annoying character. I think that was kind of the whole point. Yeah. Didn't he go on and be in Red Dwarf? I think he did. Anyway, moving on. Back to the bit of trivia for you there. Here we go. This is your beehive, and it's sewing box. It's this kind of detail. All of this beautifully embroidered on. It's not drawn on. It's not actually part of the fabric. This is sort of like a calico nap. Really gorgeous. Of course, Lucy, our guest who's coming up in a minute, she would know all of these names. £32.95. Let me show you what's inside. Do you know what I really like about this? And I don't think I'm alone. I overfill my drawers, my little trays, and then I end up sort of going, trying to really shove it down and push it down. But you've got the height. You've got all of that extra height. So you can put higher things in, and it's still going to shut. That, for me, makes me very happy. Little finger grabs there. And then you've got loads of room. Loads of room. Maybe put your cotton threads in there, your scissors. Let's see how much we can fit in. Should we play stuff the beehive? Snips going in, glue, scissors, pinking shears. Yep, they're going to go in. Bias binders. They're all going in. Fiskars. It's a show in a box. You don't get all of this, by the way. You're just showing. That's going in. Bodkins. Yep. Little scissors. Yep. Oh, wonder clips. The big ones. We haven't talked about those. They're fab. We'll look at those maybe later. So they're all going in. How much room have us? Loads of space still. What else can I fit in? Actually, I could probably fit in that as well. That's going in. All of that. We've got a show in a box there. And look, still absolutely no problem at all. That is a big sewing box. Yeah, £32.95 for that. GHGQ89. Now, obviously, because I have packed away most of the show in there, can I go and look at the spool? Yeah, let's have a look at this, because everything else is in there now. So, a nice, neat, easy way to have your spools. 60 you can fit in there. Lots of you always multi-buy these, actually. So this is £19.95. It's back in stock, because again, this is one that we always sell out of. So £19.95 for your 60 spool thread rack. There we go. The threads don't come with it. You pop your threads on there. Lovely, isn't it? Really pretty. I organised mine in rainbow order, obviously, because I'm a bit like that. MBGQ43, £19.95 for this. Oh, producer Hannah, what? Jenny has a thing about the sewing box. The hole in the middle that you pull the tray out with, yes. Oh, that's clever. She said you can put your scissors in there with the handles pointing down. Shall I find some scissors? Let's see. Well, these are big meaty ones. Hang on a minute. Not big ones like that. Not big pinking shears. What about some? We've got all sorts of little ones like that. Yeah, they can go in, can't they? Easy peasy. Nice, lovely. Oh, look! In fact, they sit quite nicely, just like that. Very nice. £32.95. Fab. Do you know what else we should have put in there? Thread. Here we go. So, often when we bring you threads on the shows, it'll be polyester. So super strong and multi-purpose. But, I know a lot of you are quilters, patchworkers, And actually, do you know what? You want 100% cotton. If you're doing a 100% cotton quilt, you want 100% cotton. And that's what you've got here. So you've got in here white, beige, gold, hot pink, red, mint, baby. I think you've got a green in here rather than baby blue. Navy, mid-grey and black. All in there. All 100% cotton. Perfect for your patchwork and quilting. 500 metres on each of those. That's a lot of thread. $17.95. HMGQ83. Now this is 100% spun cotton. Its size. Now I don't know quite how you say this. Is it 50/3? It's a 50/3 twist, if you're after the size, whatever that means. And 5 kilometres of thread in here. When you put it like that, it's quite a lot. Yeah. Half a kilometre in each one. That's a lot. That's a lot. That's a long run, 5 kilometres. Wow. So $17.95 HMGQ83 grabs you all of that. Maybe grab that as well. They go together. Now, we are nearly out of time. We've only got a minute left. Next up is the lovely Lucy Brennan, who's just waiting in the wings with a lovely new haircut, ready to come and join us in just one moment. So we'll leave the beehives here so that we can just keep reminding you, because I know that anybody that missed out before, maybe you're not up yet, that's absolutely fine. When you are up, we'll be able to remind you of these. So next up, we are quilting, all about the quilting. Is it Dresden Plate next? Yeah. So join us in just a couple of moments for a spot of Dresden Plate quilting. See you in just one moment.
Join us on Wednesday the 22nd of March for our Easter Bunny Bonanza on Sewing Quarter. We've been inundated with requests for the big-eared bunny soft toy kits, and we're delighted to announce that Jo Carter is bringing Bunny back, with 3 new fabric choices just in time for Easter. So, join Jo and the Big-Eared Bunny on Wednesday the 22nd of March at 11 AM, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
When you spend £10 on your first purchase, you will receive this free sewing kit from the Sewing Quarter worth £14.99.
5 words to describe the Sewing Quarter would be fun, creative, techniques, inclusive and community. I'm really excited mostly to see what people are going to create, so I have loads of fun coming up with the patterns and everything, and I'm really looking forward to see what our viewers make, either with using our patterns or with the fabric and with the kits that we sell. There's been a lot of preparation behind all of the shows. We've done a lot of brainstorming, thinking up ideas, a lot of designs, and we've worked really hard to do things that are going to be great for beginners, as well as including some techniques and tips that are useful for intermediate sewers as well. If I had half an hour and 1 fat quarter, the likelihood is I'm going to chop it up and I'm going to start making a patchwork block, because that's the thing I really love to do. It might surprise you to find out that the designers are really behind all of the things that we're creating. So we do spend a lot of time thinking about the projects that people might want to make, and it's really up to us what we do with the products.
Hey, good morning. Well, lovely Sunday. Happy Sunday to you. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. If you've just joined us, welcome. We've got Lucy Brennan this hour. Next hour, we've got a new guest, Arthur. He's joining us. In fact, he's here with us in the studio all morning. He's just down here wagging his tail. We'll see him and meet him a little bit later. And now we've got for you some beautiful fabrics, and it's all about quilting. So we've got a very specific technique for you today, which is the Dresden plate, which looks like this. Isn't that gorgeous? Now, Lucy Brennan has been working very hard on this, and I think that's absolutely gorgeous. Imagine having that as your centrepiece to your quilt. really quite stunning. So that's what we're making out of these fabrics, but we've got a little tool that's going to help us. So, oh, Arthur's off. Arthur, where are you going? Wait, come on, we'll go over here. And here we go. So, he's gone. He thinks we're going out for a walk. He's wrong. Here we go, he'll come back in a minute. On your bed. On there. Good lad. Now, there we go, that's him settled.
He's all comfy.
He's a good lad. Now then, very specific tools for the dress. Hello.
Yes,
hello. Like the haircut. Very
you,
lovely.
Thank you.
There we go. An order is returned.
Absolutely.
A Dresden plate.
Yes.
Like this. Now, again, we were talking earlier about how you can catch up on shows. When did we... I was just trying to think, when did we do this?
I can't actually remember the date of it, but it was the Love Patchwork and Quilting show. It was the one where Jo made the lovely panda clamshell quilt.
Day, yes.
So it was on that day, and I made a Dresden, and I made it with points at the end.
Because there are two ways. You've done curves this time, and you said on that day to actually show you how to do the curves is a show in itself.
Yes.
And ta-da!
Here we are.
Here we are, doing that.
Yeah.
We did points before, but now we're going to show you how to do this as a curve, because we've got a natty little tool for it, haven't we?
We do, and so you're actually using... It comes in two parts. So you've got the square ruler, which is like the plate, and then you have the circle, which with the... one with the pointed ends that we did before, we just use this for the circle in the centre. Yeah. But this comes into play much more doing the curves.
So this is what you're getting, these two. These are from a company called Creative Grids. If you ever hear John Scott, our other presenter, talk about Creative Grids, he will reference the lady who runs the company now as Rachel the Ruler. Yes. That's how he likes to call her, Rachel the Ruler. It's actually a family company. Mum and Dad started it, and then Rachel the Ruler has sort of taken it on and taken it in different directions and really expanded the company. But it is a lovely family company. Now, what I love about these, and what is different from any other quilting ruler, and I've seen a few, as I'm sure you have, is these bits. Now, can you see these sort of opaque bits on there? These are almost rough, but not. Basically, that holds down your fabric. So when it's on there, that's going to stop it from slipping. That's a grip, basically, on there, which I've not seen before. But the nice thing is that they've strategically placed them so that actually it highlights your sizings, which is just great, absolutely great. That does not budge when it's on your material, does it?
No, and it's not like... some are very sort of stuck on and you feel like they might come off, but this isn't at all like that.
It's like a coating, isn't it?
Yeah, it's really, really good. And they really are secure when you've got them on the fabric.
It's brilliant. So you've got that, and then you've got the circle. And, of course, you can never have too many circles, can you? No. I realise this in my life. So it's the Dresden Plate ruler, and you've got, as well, the circle. So they produce, actually, Creative Grids. We've got a whole box of Creative Grids in the office, haven't we? Like a great big box, which
it's
I'm
like
not
a toy
gonna
box
lie,
for quilters.
I've seen you rummaging through. I've seen all of our guests that quilt rummaging through going, oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's clever. So we will be bringing you lots of different Creative Grids goodies, because they're a winner.
Yeah, we've got another one later on at 11.
Exciting. So we've got these, and these are 2095 VLCQ 32. I think it's one of those things, once you've got it in your stash, that's it. Unless you lose it, it's there, isn't it?
Yeah. And what I love about this one is you can do lots of different sizes. So it's got all the measurements on the ruler, so up to 9 inches there.
Oh, nice.
And I think the biggest square, I'll just check, because it comes with this leaflet as well, which gives you all the instructions.
Don't throw the packaging away. Creative Grids give very, very informative, really informative details on the little pamphlet that comes with your kit. So don't throw it away, because it's going to show you how to use it.
And that bit there tells you about the size of background square to use depending on the size of the plate. So it goes from an 8-inch finished block to a 20-inch finished block, which is huge.
20 inch?
Yes.
Yeah. So using the different plates.
That's a big old. That's the central piece of your quilt, surely,
Yes,
isn't it?
Yeah. And you could do that. You could do a 20-inch one and then just add borders, and that'd be a lovely baby quilt. So yeah, there's lots of things that you can do with it. But this one,
nice.
This one I used 5-inch plates.
Right.
Which I think
is that
is a
what we call them?
14-inch finish
Is
box.
one of these cut out is a plate?
Yes. So each of those segments is the plate, and this is the Dresden plate.
Do we know why it's called a Dresden plate?
I don't know.
Do you? Do you at home? If you do, can you let us know? Because there are all sorts of weird and wonderful names. There's like a log cabin and things like that. And I think a lot of them, obviously quilting, massively popular in America. And I think a lot of the terminology comes over from America.
Yeah. There's a lot of history to it.
There is,
so,
isn't
yeah,
there?
it would be nice to know why it's called a Dresden
Flying
plate, if
geese.
anybody knows. Yes, I like
Log
those
cabins.
as well.
Tumbling blocks.
You're learning,
I'm
aren't you?
learning, yeah. Yeah. Isn't there a wedding something as well?
Double wedding rings.
Double wedding rings. Anyway,
Loads.
Dresden plate.
Okay.
Oh, hello, owls.
Yes,
I love this material.
I love the owls, yeah. They're very, very sweet.
This is your Macawa owls on green. That suggests that there are other sorts of owls.
And it's a yellowy green, isn't it? It's not green.
No, it's not like grass green. Shall I just spin that around so you can have a quick look at those owls? There they are. Something about an owl. It's always a bit special. There they are. Those little cheeky chappies. They're just $5.45 per half a metre for your owls.
Wise owls.
They are, absolutely.
So this one, this one is a 6-inch. I must have cut this one slightly differently. So I was just going to talk about fussy cutting.
Oh, yeah, because have owls will fussy cut.
Yes, have owls will fussy cut. So with something like this, you're not going to get an owl necessarily in every single cut that you make. So you need to have a little think about it and have a little play.
I need owls.
And move it accordingly, because you don't want half owls in every one. So depending on the size of the plate that you're going to make, you might not want to start where you've cut your fabric, because you're only going to get part of the owl.
Part owl.
So you want to try and centre it up. And also think about the markings on the ruler have the 1/4 inch marks. So you can see that's where the seam's going to be across the top.
Oh, yeah.
And the dashed line is where the seams are going to be at the side. So I'm
if
going to
we cut it
lose
there-
part of this owl. It will just have an eye. But it will be mirrored on that side. And
But
then I
here
can
you
use
have a
that
full
line.
owl.
Yeah, I can use that line in the centre, so I know that that's going to be centred when I cut my plate. So I'll just cut this one. And I would trim this off on this side as well.
Oh, poor little owl.
At least I'm not decapitating them. If I was going the other way, that would be
No,
bad,
that's true.
wouldn't it?
No, you're just slicing them in half, because
Yes.
that's clearly
That's
kinder.
better, yes.
So
then that one will go that way, but you can see how the owls moved.
Yes.
Because of how I've cut, because of the width
Yes.
of this. So each one would be different unless I decided, I'm going to move it over and
also,
centre that one.
directional owls.
Yes.
Because but you've got to think about what direction your owls are going in.
But you do, because when if you're cutting them up the other way, then you want that owl to be at the bottom and the other ones to be at the top.
Absolutely.
You have to think about it when you're cutting, which direction
Owl
it's going
placement.
to be in the end. Owl placement
Very
is
important.
Yeah, and whatever fabric you're using, if it has a focus like that or a direction, then you do need to think about which way you're going to cut it.
Wise
Indeed. So that's the owls. So I'll just keep going and cut all of my plates out. For using this ruler, you need 20 of these bits.
Okay. Have we got that piece of paper that it came with?
That one.
Yeah.
So it tells you for all of them you need 20,
If we're
no
doing
matter
a
what size it is.
6-inch, so size of cut segment, we're doing a 6-inch.
Yeah, you always
so that's going to give me a 16-inch finished block.
Yes.
Ooh.
Yeah. So then you
Nice.
can, with this one, that's how I cut it when I was just doing the point. So if I was just going to do the one, if I didn't want the curved edge, I would just then sew those together.
Yes.
And not have any other steps. So that's just the simple, if I'm doing it with a point at the end.
Okay.
We would just sew it together like that and fold it out.
And that's what we did on the other show.
Yes, but with this one, we're going to create the curved edge. So like this one.
And it's lovely, isn't it? Because it's two different ways of doing it. And I love the idea of making these look like flowers.
Yes.
And so then you've got pointy-edged flowers, curved edge. This is more of a daisy, I think.
I think when you do the Dresden with the points, it's more like a sun.
Yeah.
Whereas when you do it with the curves, it's softer. It has a softer look to it.
Yeah.
And it is more floral.
It's beautiful.
Yes.
We like a lot. So how do we do this then?
So to do this, we're going to use the circle part from the template.
So it's not just used just for that circular central part?
No, it's not just the central part. We use it for this as well. So you want to fold the fabrics in half, fold the piece that you've cut in half.
So lengthways.
Yeah. And then you're going to line up, just move that out of the way. It's got a lines going halfway.
Yes.
So you line that up on the fold, and then you just trim that little
now,
bit
would
there.
you use your big rotary cutter, or would you go in with a smaller one?
Because it's only that fractional bit, I use the big one, but you could use the small one as well. If you wanted
do you just take off the tiniest amount?
You're just taking off the tiniest amount, yeah. You can fold it all the way, but so long as that bit's right, that's okay. It's just that bit there, so I can use the smaller one.
So all of this used with the Dresden Plate ruler. £20.95, but a very useful one. You could use this to do bunting as well, couldn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. So you've got circles and then the Dresden Plate ruler in there, and that's £20.95. Again, you've got that non-slip surface throughout this. Just brilliant. Just a really well thought out, nicely put together piece of kit.
It is.
We like.
So to make the Dresden, you need 20 of these.
Right.
So I have already cut the curved parts.
A couple you did earlier.
I did some earlier because it wouldn't be very entertaining to watch me stand here cutting all of these. But trimming them doesn't take, it doesn't take too much time. You can see where the fold is, where I've trimmed them off. So we can just lay these out in whatever design we want to. I don't have an owl. I might just trim this out.
Get an owl. Get an owl in your life. Sandra's messaging. Hello, Sandra. Oh, we asked about the Dresden Plate Quilt Block. Yes, where we think the name came from. Okay, it's named after the ornamental decorated tableware of Dresden in Germany.
Ah.
There we go.
So I've made that one too big now, so I can't use the owl.
Oh.
I've cut that one too big.
And everybody loves your hair.
Oh, thank you very much.
There you go.
Thank you.
So thank you ever so much. See, our viewers, they know. They know stuff.
Yeah.
It's great, isn't it? I like that they know stuff. Now, all of these fabrics available on the show today. So if you're after some Macawa fabric, 100% cotton, perfect for your quilty requirements, then really lovely. Have you enjoyed using these? They've been easy to use.
Yeah, it's really easy to use. And I really like making traditional blocks. I think they're so pretty. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 6. Here's a couple more. So that's giving us a different effect. I haven't, that one I spent a bit more time over placing them all where I wanted them.
Well, you had owls.
Yes, I had owls.
You had to take more time with the owls.
I might cut some in a bit. We'll see how I
you
get on.
can't resist an owl, Lucy. I know you can't.
I know. So now all we need to do is sew these together.
Oh, right, OK.
So this is a little bit tricky because we need to start a 1/4 inch down from the top.
Can you mark it?
Because we've got to fold it over. So there are a couple of things you could do. One is to mark it. So this has the 1/4 inch on there. So you can just mark that. But you've got to get it a 1/4 inch in this way and a 1/4 inch in that way, which is why it's a little bit trickier. So what I did was worked out on my machine where it would be. So I marked a point, but then found the place. Because you've got markings on your machine.
Oh, so you can line it up on your machine.
It can help you work it out. So on this one, I've got a line on this side which tells me where the 1/4 inch is. But if you found that you didn't have that on your machine, you would just mark in a 1/4 inch both ways and just put a dot. So I don't know if we can see that. So
it has to be a 1/4 of an inch in that way and a 1/4 of an inch in that away. And there it is.
And that's where you start sewing them together. And you need to do that because when we come to put it all together, we're going to fold this over. So this bit's got to fold over. So if you've sewn the seam there, you can't get a nice fold. So because we're going to fold that over, we want to start sewing a 1/4 inch down from the top.
Nice. I'm going to leave you to sew.
Okay.
And do you sew all the way down to the bottom?
Yes. So from that mark, all the way down to the bottom. But if you mark the first one, you should be able to find a way, or put a bit of tape.
Do you know that's
from
the other thing,
from the curved top? Put a bit of tape there, and that's where you know you're going to be starting each time.
Perfect.
Can I just show you quickly?
Yes.
Because we know I like a bit of chain piecing to make things a bit quicker.
Why not?
But you need to, when you're doing this, just set it on the right thing. You need to move it a little bit. So I'll just demonstrate that for you.
Is that because you've got to take into account that you're not going straight in on the top?
Yes, because you're not going straight in the top. So you can't just carry on. You have to just move it out of the way, so I'll just show you that quickly.
When you chain stitch, you're not finishing off and pulling it out and cutting the thread. You're literally just going to get a chain of these. It almost looks like bunting when it's done, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And it's saving you thread. Because if
it's saving you thread and saving you time.
So we looked at those threads earlier, and you've got basically 5 kilometres of 100% cotton that we had on the earlier show for $17.95. You don't want to be wasting that.
No.
And that's why you do this.
Yeah. So when I start, I'm starting from that dot that I've marked, and I'm going to just do a little back stitch. Because I'm going to be folding that later, I want to make sure that that's not going to come apart. But you don't want to go back past that dot, so you just need to be mindful you're not going all the way to the edge. Some
have a stitch where you can it will just repeat sort of 3 times. Others go backwards.
Yes. It does do this on that one, but I've not got used to doing that yet, so I still go backwards.
But this is your machine, isn't it?
It is, yes, so I need to get used to it. So once I've finished one, I've finished one there, I've come to the end of that first bit there. So I've finished sewing on that one. So all I'm going to do is lift my foot, lift my needle, and just pull this one.
Pull it out
towards the back. And then line that up where I know I need to start, or if I've got a dot, start there, and then just start. So I'm still chain piecing, it's just that you've got to move that out of the way and remember that you're not starting from the edge.
Perfect.
There we go. And then you can crack on.
I'm going to leave you to crack on.
Okay.
And I'm going to go look at some material. But we're using the Dresden plate. This is what we've been using. It's £20.95, and the code for it is VLCQ32. Incredibly popular last time we brought it to air. It really is such a useful piece of kit. Now, let's have a look at the fabrics that we've got for you. So, should we start off with the owls, because we've mentioned the owls. Let's go owls. And I know that a lot of you out there do love an owl. What's not to love? There's something, I always feel incredibly privileged if I actually see an owl out in the wild. I think they're really beautiful creatures. Here we go. So this is your owls on green. 100% cotton. Absolutely stunning. £5.45. I think today this is my favourite fabric of the hour. Not going to lie. Love an owl. MHMY49, and it is 5:45. So I've got to share that. Producer Hannah just says, it'll turn heads. It's what I'm working with, ladies and gents. That's what I'm working with. She's a hoot. Oh, yes. There we go. So there are your owls. We love an owl. And, of course, look at the waft. Do like a waft. 100% cotton. Lucy, do we just use this for quilting and home decor, or could we dressmake with this?
You can dressmake with it.
You can dressmake with it.
What
would you make? What would you have with owls on? Maybe a nice little summer top. Little vesty top. With your jeans. Look nice, wouldn't it? Right. Here we go. Floral Splendour. Is this your favourite today, Producer Hannah? Oh, it's cheering her up. Because she was still meant to be in bed. But obviously she had to be dragged in because poor Producer Paul was poorly. So here we go. This is to cheer up Producer Hannah. Look at all these colours. So you'll see down the edge here all the different colours that are in there. How many have we got? Lots and lots. 15 different colours in this. So you've got lots of colours to choose from. So whether you're quilting and using plains, then you can pick your plains from all of those, can't you? Fab. Nice. This is designed by Kathy Nordstrom as well. So I think she does quite a lot, I think, for Macawa. There we go. Lovely. Nice, nice, nice. That's 5:45. And again, you know, yes, quilting, yes, for dressmaking as well. It's all going to work. Lovely. Which one next? Light purple. Here we go. Ooh, it's kind of Scandinavian, isn't it, in its design? Now, is this... Oh, yeah, Kathy Nordstrom. With a name like that, I would imagine there's some sort of Scandinavian heritage there going on. So here we go. This is your crosses. Cross fabric. Fat crosses, thin crosses. £5.45, I like. Oh, I like. It's lovely. Look at the drape on that. Really, really pretty. So again, home decor, all those little projects that you've been meaning to do, but you're just looking for the right material. Here it is, 100% cotton, good to go, just £5.45 per half a metre. JPMY 95. I love these Macawa fabrics. They're very competitively priced, you know, and so you really can afford. This is, okay, what I haven't mentioned, maybe you have just found us, maybe you're flicking through the channels and you've just found us for the first time. Hello, we are relatively new still. We do sell our materials by the half metre, so which means that if you've got a project, maybe you want that as the back of the quilt, in which case you're going to need sort of over a metre or what have you, then you can buy it as much as you like. So one quantity in the little box on the website gives you half a metre, and then two would give you a whole metre, 2 lots of half metres. So it's up to you entirely as to how much you want. Let's have a look at the dark blue. You only pay 1 lot of P&P per day, just to remind you of that. So you can check out your basket as many times as you like. You will only be charged 1 lot of postage and packing per day, not per item, not per times you check out, per day. Here we go. Now, this is your blue. This is your crosses in blue. Really nice. That's rather lovely. And of course, that is working beautifully with the flowers there, isn't it? Because it's got that navy running through it. Nice. IBMY04. Lovely. Now, would you like to see some of the spots? Let's have a look at the spots. Let's take a look at those. Oh, nice. Very nice. So, spots on teal. Why not? Spots on teal. £4.95. Again, Macawa, so we know the quality. We know that it's 100% cotton. Absolutely fab. £4.95. Maybe you want to back that. It's slightly less expensive. So, you know, maybe you want to get more of that and do the backing in that. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's lovely either way, isn't it? I love that teal colour.
Yeah, it's very pretty.
It always reminds me of bag linings, like nice bag linings and things like that. Really, it's one of those really versatile fabrics. Now, we're using the Dresden Plate tool today. I say we. Lucy is doing all of that. I'm watching and encouraging gently from the sidelines. So £20 and 95 pence. Whilst I've been chatting away about fabric, you've been busy.
So I've just sewn them into pairs.
Bish bash bosh, done.
Yeah, just chain piecing, and then I've got to sew these pairs together. So
Okay.
I'm just going to do the same thing, but in pairs. Now you can, if you want to, press at this point, but having made a few, because it's just as easy to press afterwards. Normally I would say press as you're going along.
I just activated the iron,
but
thinking it might be needed.
Yeah, with these ones, I would just keep going, because it's just as easy to do it at the end.
Oh, okay.
And you don't get any, because you're sewing it into a circle, it tends to sit nicely, so it's easy just to press it all to one side.
The other thing is, once you've chained it, do you then put them back out again so that you know you're putting the right ones to the right ones?
Sort of roughly, if you've sewn them into pairs in order, then it should be quite easy to see. But because I'm doing, because I've not done this in any particular pattern, I just want to make sure really that the two I'm sewing together aren't the same.
Right.
That would, I mean, you can, if you wanted to, have it be the same, and that would create a different look actually, because you could have sections that would be the same. I might try and do it. In fact, I'll do it just to show what that would look like. Why not? So I'm just going to sew the pairs together, and I'm just doing it in exactly the same way.
Okay.
Starting a 1/4 inch down and sewing them together into 4s, and then sewing the 4s together till we get them.
So you just work methodically through, so that you get there in the end.
Yeah.
£20 and 95 pence. For me, what interests me with quilting is the breakdown of how to get them all working. Really fascinating. It's an art form, isn't it? VLCQ32, the rulers that we've got, that's the code for the rulers that we've got, they are really going to help. Very well thought out piece of kit here. Once you've got it in your stash, you've got it. It's got a sort of a grip finish on here. So all of these little circles, I don't know if you can hear, it's got a finish on it, which just means that it's grips. It's not, some have, you're right, Lucy, they have like a stick-on thing that feels like it's going to come off any second. This is almost sort of embedded into the plastic itself. That is not going anywhere. So you can use this and use this and use this. It's not going to wear out. It's not going to drop off. And it is a really nice piece of kit. They've highlighted these. It's over each of the measuring points. So again, that just helps highlight where to look for your measurements. It's just really nicely thought out. So you can do various sizes along there. They're all measured. And then probably the worst top I could have worn for showing this off. Here we go. Let me pop it behind there so you can see. And then you've got your 1/4 inch down there so that you can see. And because it's see-through, like when we were looking at the owls, you can fussy cut, you can get exactly the detail that you want because you can see through easily. But you can also see exactly which bit of your pattern is going to be visible.
And having those, having the dash lines with the 1/4 inch seam just makes fussy cutting so easy.
Is that not on every tool like this then? Is that not just standard?
Some do. Just some templates and things don't necessarily have a 1/4 inch. They generally do, but having it dashed as well reminds you that that's what it's sometimes you're cutting and you just forget about it.
No, absolutely. So. Let me show you the circle as well, because obviously this is all part of your kit. So you've got an 18-inch circle segment designed by Lynn Edwards. You've got a 3-inch finished circle. It's brilliant, isn't it?
And when we made the other Dresden, I showed how you can do the corner Dresdens.
Oh, yeah,
so not
a
full Dresden, but we did the corner Dresden, and then you use that template to cut.
Because it's got your quarters, hasn't it, in there?
So you could also fussy cut. When you're cutting out your circle, you could get something in that quarter.
Of an owl.
Yes.
So you could fit an owl in there. You'd only have to lose a bit of a foot. And there you go.
Or if you wanted an owl in the centre circle, you can use that to...
Let's get an owl in the centre circle. Oh, this is great. So you can really line things up beautifully. There would be your central owl. Central owl. Loving it. So you're getting both of these. So you get, this is, when we say a Dresden plate, this is what you need for a Dresden plate, these two items here, the circle and that. So this will give you your 18-inch circle. This will give you the 3-inch central part of that. Very clever. VLCQ32. Saves you having to do lots of complicated maths to find out what size circle you need in the middle. Quite frankly.
So
oh, hello. This is
I'm just
pretty.
arranging it so I can see. Is that how I want it? So I'll put some twos together.
Lucy Brennan.
Yes.
I quite like this puffy before it's been ironed.
Do you?
No, I do.
It is nice. It's a different effect. You could do that.
Could you?
I sneakily cut an owl while
Hello,
you were showing.
sneaky
while
owl.
you were showing the
Oh, look
fabric,
at
so
him.
just managed to get one in there.
Is there any way of putting those down and then stuffing a little bit of wadding in there so that you get...
Yes, well, you could do, once it's finished, you could put some wadding behind it to give it more of a 3D
What about in
look.
each of those?
Or, yeah, in each of those, or in the, you know, in the bit in the centre. Or you could do one of the, I call them yo-yos, I think that's the American, but it's Suffolk puff, isn't it?
Yes.
You could put a Suffolk puff in the middle instead of just a circle.
Happy days. Happy days, however you want to do this.
Really creative.
Because it
I like
reminds
that
me
better.
of, yeah, oh. Well, that's just it. I would spend hours just...
Yes, I do. And that's the fun of it, is,
It is though,
you know,
isn't it?
playing about and seeing where you want the different fabrics positioned. But
oh, we've got an announcement about the knitting bag from the earlier show. Now, if you joined us at 8 o'clock, then you know the bees are back. We're going to keep them out because so many of you wanted them and missed out last time. And because it's a Sunday morning, you know, shock horror, you might not have been out of bed at 4 o'clock this morning like we were. So if you actually are having a lie-in, congratulations, first of all. I salute you for that. That's a very sensible idea. And if you are just joining us at 9:30 this morning, then you missed this on the 8 o'clock show, but I don't want you to miss out on him. So here he is. This is your Bee Design knitting bag. So popular first time round, sold out like that. Look at the little bee trails, just really gorgeous. Over half the stock now gone on this. Yeah, look, there's where your yarn can come out. We don't want you to miss out. And then there you go, you've got your knitting needles that you can put in there, plate space for your knitting needles, your patterns, all that sort of thing. Or just have it as a nice bag, quite frankly. Lovely. So we've got all the bees are back. Do look on the website. If you go to the website, this is like your cheats guide to the website. You go onto the website, click watch live, and then underneath that there's a little box for messaging us, but underneath that is the whole shopping list for today's shows. Should we show you? Would that be easier rather than me just sort of explaining? Oh, there we go. Here we are. So there's us. When you're watching live, that's us. Look, beautiful bag. And then underneath there, you've got message to studio. Message in, by the way. It's been lovely to hear from you. And that's how we now know why the Dresden plate is no Dresden plate, because one of you knows more than we do. And then underneath that, all the fabrics. Your spool holders, all your different scissors that we looked at 8 o'clock. And then, oh, here are the bees. Here come the bees. Yeah, they're back. So check those out. They are all on there for you. Even the beehive, the big beehive. Love it.
I love bees.
Do you?
I'm from Manchester, and bees are the symbol of Manchester.
Oh, hang on, haven't you got a bee tattoo?
I have, indeed, because on Manchester Day,
Is there a thing like a Manchester Day?
There is a Manchester Day, yes,
That's
absolutely. I think sometime in the summer, I actually forget when it is, which is terrible, but yeah, there is a Manchester Day.
And what happens on Manchester Day?
We all feel proud of being from Manchester.
Amazing.
I think there are different events that go on in the city for
Are
Manchester
there
Day.
floats and things?
But it was, I'm not sure. I don't know if there's like a whole parade. They're probably just all in the pub. I'm not sure. But the bee is the symbol because of the work, like worker bees, and obviously Manchester's got a
history of being hard workers.
History of hard workers, and all the cotton mills were in Manchester, so that's where the bees came from. And then the bees are on all the bins and bollards, on all the bollards and things like that, and also beautiful ones sort of decoratively on the town hall and things like that.
I like that you've printed up your bins with a few bees.
Yeah, I say that because I walk everywhere with my children and they always point out the bees on the bins and on the bollards, so that's what came into my mind. Sorry.
Oh, no, this is That's really nice, because now I'm going to look, and you
There
see,
you go.
this is
When you
it.
come to Manchester, you can look about, and you actually
Bee-watch.
you can hunt them. I think there might even be a website. I could be wrong, but saying where some of the bees are, where the bees are in.
This is great.
In Manchester. Yeah, it's lovely.
Brilliant.
So, and I think it's that whole thing as well with bees. It's part of working as a team, isn't it? And
do you know what, though?
I mean, like that element of it as well.
If sewing doesn't ever work out for you, then tourist information, I think you're there.
There we go. I can be a guide.
Yes.
So
bees to the left on the bin, bees to the right on the bollard.
There we go.
The bin tour of Manchester.
Let's hope not. It doesn't get to that point.
Happily, you've done a cracking job on this,
Thank
so we'll
you.
keep you.
Thank
we'll
you.
keep you a bit longer, but it's nice to have options.
Yeah. I don't mind just showing people the bins. The bees. I'll show people the bees. Okay, calm down, Natasha. Calm down. We're on one now. That's it. We're off. So what I've done is I've sewn them all together, but I've left the final one because I think for some people, when you're looking at the Dresden, you think, oh, that's difficult. Getting it into a circle must be really tricky. You know, there must be some sort of a trick to it. How do you make it end up as a circle?
I was just stealing it then to show you, but actually our director's ahead of me.
There you go.
It's lovely. This is what we're making. Because, of course, with the Dresden plate, when Lucy showed us the Dresden plate the other day, we did it with spiky points. And it looks like a sunburst or a flower.
Yes.
This one, it is more plate-shaped, isn't it?
Yes, it is. My dad actually said it was more Art Deco. The other one was very Art Deco. And when we did it like in the corner, he said, oh, it looked very...
when we say do it in the corner, you see, it does give you that idea. So, again, don't throw away the packaging when you get your Dresden plate tools. So this is from Creative Grid. So we're doing this one here. The Art Deco-y one, I don't know if we can get in any closer. That's the pointy one. Maybe not. But then, yeah, that's your sunrise one.
Yeah, so that one you
just do. Here?
That's another thing that you can do. You can just make you can just make those, because they're not quite triangles, obviously, because you've cut the point off, but just with the plates, you can just make a block of those.
Crocodile teeth.
You make a whole quilt of those. It's nice, actually. It's very modern looking.
Yeah. Those two little things, do all of these for $20.95. VLCQ32. Now, to my mind, and from what I've been hearing from all of our guests, and let's face it, our guests know a thing or two about quilting and have been around the quilting block, a few times. This is like it's like the Rolls Royce of quilty tools, these, aren't they?
Yeah. Creative Grids are a brand that I use. My first quilting ruler and most of my quilting rulers come from Creative Grids because I trust them and I know that they're, going to work, they're going to do the job, they're going to stay put, and they're so clever. And things like this, yes, we can make the Dresden plate, we can do that block, putting them together, but you can do other things, and it's really just your imagination and starting to use them, and then you think, oh, I could do that. Oh, I could make this textured and more 3D if I wanted to, and you come up with other designs of your own.
Plate. Yeah. Do you know what else actually I love is that obviously this will make a 20-inch finished block. I think is that all we decided?
That's the largest one. Will be a 20-inch.
Then it would.
Yeah.
But because they know they're quilting and they know that that's a possibility. Look what else they've got. I love this. Yeah. Not going to lie, if ever there was a ruler for me, it's this one.
What's great about it is because obviously doing the Dresden you need a square. You need square for your background, but having a square ruler is so useful because when you're making blocks, to get those blocks together neatly, you want to square them up.
Yes.
And you can do that using a smaller ruler. It is possible, but it's more of a job, and you're going to be really accurate. You've got all those markings on there. You know that you're going to accurately trim your blocks to the right size so that you can put them together.
Now, this one takes you up to 16.5 inches. What I love about this, firstly, is that, look, it's already sort of cut into quarters for you. You've got that 45-degree mark. You've also got, of course, all of the grips that you can see there. But you've also got round the edge, you've got a grip. So it doesn't matter how small a piece you're cutting, you've still got a grip to hold that material down, so there's no slippage when you're cutting. And that is actually, and this is where it's so well thought out, that bit there, that opaque bit there, is 1/4 of an inch. That's your seam allowance.
Yep.
And on here, you've got, so the white measurements are sort of your true measurements, your 1 up here through to 16. But you'll see the black ones there, I might have to spin it around for you to see the black ones. They start 1/2 inch in. So you see over here, they start at 1 1/2. So you've got that element as well, up to your 16 1/2. It's so well thought out.
And on this side, that's 1/2 inch.
Yes.
So that the grippy bit there on this side is 1/2 inch. So you've got a 1/2 inch seam there as well
It's so
as your
clever.
1/4 inch. So you can use it in lots of different ways.
Actually, the 1/2 inch goes down 2 sides. So where all the black measurements are, you've got that 1/2 inch. You would only think of this if you knew quilting, if you knew the needs of quilters. That's the only way
And when you
you'd think
turn
of
it
that.
round, the numbers are the right way. And you've got the 1/8 inch marks as well, which is really useful, because especially if you're doing things like half square triangles, you have to cut your pieces funny measurements, you know, 3/8 and things like that. So to have those smaller ones on as well is really helpful.
And as well, you've got through that 45-degree mark again, you've got both measurements. Here we go. So you've got in the white, you've got just whole numbers, and then you've got 1 1/2 inch on those. So you've got all of those markers. Again, the worst top to show off these. There we go. So you've got all of the, like you say, you've got all of, you've even got on the diagonal, you've got 1/2 inch, you've got those increments as well. So well thought out, and you can see the grippy circular bits there as well. So clever. We like a lot. And of course, little dashes as well. So, brilliant. $34.95. And I believe somewhere on the website we actually do a 20 1/2 inch as well.
Yes, I like that one. That's a really big one.
Yeah, Lucy gets excited by that. So we've got, and we've also got on the show for you today, I may as well show them, 8 1/2 inch one as well. So all your useful quilty sizes. So of course, actually, this and the 16 1/2 inch go beautifully together, don't they?
Yeah, and that was, I sneakily used that one to cut my owl earlier.
Did you?
Yeah. To
Sneaky
cut my
owl cutting.
Little owl there.
Hello, owl. There he is.
I use that
So yeah, and again, same principles apply with this. $16.95 JOCQ50, and that again is for your 8 1/2 inch. It doesn't have centimetres. I have to explain this. We have to put on our graphics on the screen. We have to put what it is in centimetres. That's the law, but this is in inches.
Yes. Most quilters work.
Yeah, we know quilters. They don't do centimetres.
So I'm just going to finish this off.
Yes.
And so it isn't complicated at all. You just sew that final one. So
that's it.
On the smaller ones, it's a little bit more fiddly, but you're just folding it and you're starting from your 1/4 inch and sewing all the way down. And then, obviously, when you open it up, then you've got your finishers. And so I'm going to sew
the iron on.
Yeah, I'm going to sew that together, and then I'll show you how to finish the edges off, because.
Well, that's kind of the whole point of it, isn't it? Is to have done those edges differently.
Yes, yeah, and to have that curved look, which is a bit tricky, if I'm honest. But I've got a slight cheat, and a couple of different ways that you can do it. So, so once that's finished, then it's really easy to just press the seams. So we're just going to do it one way. You going to have a go?
Yeah, why not?
So if you get them all going around, just like that, that's it. You want to pull it ever so slightly, just so that you're not catching it on the front.
Okay. Nice.
But that's it, and you just go around. You can see how flat, it just flattens out really, really easily.
This is the joy of not having a cord, actually, on the old iron. Obviously, this is now running out of juice. That's the only downside of having a cordless iron, so it doesn't stay hot for all that long. Go on, you can do this. This is fab. So just pull it slightly.
Yeah, just pull it slightly. and
Well,
just give it a
that's
pinch.
nothing
That's
to be
it.
scared of, is it?
No, not at all.
There you go.
It's very, very easy. And that's
Oh,
it.
from the top as well? Or
I would just do it.
Give me a moment
Yeah,
while
I'll
I
give you a
get a bit
moment.
more juice in me.
It might be okay like that. We'll just go for it.
We'll get another iron that works soon.
So that's it finished there. We're going to leave that open.
Right.
Because we're going to
Stuff it with lots of
cover
goodies.
that
Oh,
with
no.
with the circle to finish it
Okay.
off. But what we want to do is finish these edges here. Now, obviously, they're slightly
because
open.
because you didn't.
I don't want to pull that too much. I'll rip it apart. But because we started from a quarter inch down. So this is where the circular part comes into play again. And what you want to do is use the edge of the circle and mark from where you've started sewing and stopped sewing, and mark it
Because you
there.
know that's already a quarter of an inch.
Because you know that's already a quarter of an inch.
And you can always double check it because you've got a quarter of an inch mark on your ruler because it's clever.
Yes. So there are a couple of different ways you can do it. You can mark it from the back, like that, or you can mark it from the front. And I think that's just personal preference.
Okay.
If you're wanting to needle turn it by hand, I would mark it from the front and then turn it under.
Right.
I'm going to just mark it from the back, and I'm not going to do them all, but I'll just do it to demonstrate. So literally, that's it.
Okay.
So from the point that you've started sewing to where you...
Handy tools, very handy tools. These are your Creative Grids non-slip 18-inch Dresden Plate ruler. 22.9 centimetres, ignore that bit, and 9 inches there. Fab, really great piece of kit, really great piece of kit.
So
we like
it
a lot.
isn't going to be, it's going to be a quarter of an inch, so you can see there that the line that I've drawn goes on that dashed line.
Yeah.
But you can't see that when you're marking it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
You're not measuring that bit, you're literally going from your sewn, from the ends of your seams, and using the very edge of the circle as a guide to mark it. Now you can hand-baste that, and that's what it actually recommends in the directions, is to just tack it. So you would fold it over on the line and tack it into place.
It does, you're not lying.
Yes.
It says that, yeah, absolutely.
I don't have time for such things. So I use...
Such flim-flam flippery, none of
Yeah,
that.
I do sometimes.
These are fab though,
Yeah, I
aren't
do
they?
sometimes based curves, but with this, it just made more sense to me to use the glue stick.
Well, you're a
So
busy lady.
That's what I've done.
Busy lady with 3 kids, there's no time for
Yes,
that.
no, there's no time for that. So all I did was, I didn't go in the seam. I just marked just below where I've marked the line. So just do a line of glue, getting it on the edge where I've marked that line, and then just fold it over. So you know it's roughly quarter of an inch. I'm going to do it towards me.
Now, if you're after the glue, it is £5.95. You get 2 glue cartridges. So you get 1 and then you get a spare.
Yeah.
And you know, and it dries quite quickly. I mean, you could see there that bit you've just
It does, it's
reapplied glue. It's
blue.
because when it goes clear,
Yeah.
you know it's dry.
And what I want to show you is, because I've drawn the line on, I can actually see it through the fabric, but it will disappear. But when you're pressing it down, I do the edges first to get the nice curve. I've done the edges first, and then I do this bit. And if I find I've got lots of folds, you can just pull ever so slightly at the edge, like that, and then stick the fold away from the edge, because what you don't want is pointy bits along the curve. So I'll just show you again. So you can do it in the seam or just below. Just apply the glue. Do the edges so that you know you're on that quarter inch. And when you're doing the next edge, you want to make sure that that's really come over.
Yeah.
You don't want one sticking out from the other. You want to create a nice point there. So just fold that over on the line, and then fold this bit. And if you find you're getting a pointy bit, just pull the fabric there to create a curve. And then you can check it from the front. That one's not so great.
Let's have a look.
But you can move, you know, the nice thing about the glue is you can just pull it off and
But that's the thing, because otherwise you'd have to be undoing stitching and this, that and the other, wouldn't you?
And then you've got those curves. Yeah. Stick that down.
This is a perfectionist.
I am a perfectionist. And it does take a little bit of time. I'm not pretending this is going to be a really quick, easy make, but it's worth taking the time over to get those curves neat.
Quilting is one of those things, isn't it? You don't quilt if you're in a hurry. No. So there you go. That's it, and that's just done with the glue. That's why that glue is so amazing. JTEQ 57, $5.95. There you go, through that, and then you can just see where the pen is coming through there, so you know where to go. Lovely.
And you can just fold it easy. And it's just a nice, you know, it's a slow pace, it's a slower make, but it's really nice just, you know, taking your time, fold that over. That, you know, don't be scared of manipulating the edges of the fabric there and pulling and making sure that curve is nice and neat, because it does make a difference in the overall. Do you want to grab the finished one?
Yes.
So that you can see that the points are, you know, here, that it's just folded over nicely, that it's meeting, and that you've got that nice, gentle curve. You don't have any pointy bits on
nice
there.
Placement of that owl. Can I just congratulate you on that?
Thank you so much.
Nice. We've even got the tips of his ears.
It was very, very easy, because it's the ruler that does all the work, really.
I know, I love the fact, and then look, it's just peeping out from the bottom there. Love the owls.
And you just take your time, and it would look amazing with a whole load of different fussy cuts, and even with the flowers, you know, you can position the flowers so some are in the, you know, in the central part. I didn't do that with the flowers, but you could if you wanted to. I was going to say, oh look, I can see that you've done it there. On this centre, yeah, and I'll just show you. So once you've done all your curves, and I don't have time, unfortunately, to finish it completely in the hour, but you just keep going. Sticking down all your curves there, and then you can either glue again and to hold it in place, or just pin. I just pinned because it seemed like a bit of a waste of glue, and I'd done fair bit of gluing all the way around. So then I just pinned it in place. And when you're pinning, you can, I'll just show you, fold your background. So it gives you, in the directions, it gives you the size of the background square to cut, depending on what size you made your plate.
So you made your plate. You started off with was it 6 inches or 5?
No, they were 5. Yeah.
So with 5-inch segments, it's going to make a 12.5-inch finished plate, and you therefore should cut your material in your finished block size to be a 14-inch.
Yeah.
So that's going to work in a 7-inch finished quilt, isn't it?
But the finished block is
14.
Yes, 14.
So that would work nicely, because we were saying you could add blocks around. That would be a 7-inch block, wouldn't it, around there?
Yeah, block. You can do. So I've just folded up the fabric so I can see where the centre is.
Oh, nice. Yes, good idea.
So I can put that in the middle of the circle and then line up, you know, across and top and bottom, and then pin that into place so I know it's all even. And then with the circle, you're just cutting a circle of the fabric using the template, and then you need to draw a circle that's a 1/4 inch smaller, which I did using my trusty compass. And I used freezer paper, and the instructions for that, I did demonstrate that when I did the first initial Dresden in the Love Patchwork show.
Which will be on YouTube.
Yes, and Tracy, thank you, on Facebook sent in saying use 2 layers of the freezer paper because it makes a more stable template. So when I did these circles, I thought I'll give that a go, and I used 2 layers of the freezer paper rather than just the one, and it does make ironing over, you know, it just makes it firmer.
Because you can
using
iron
that paper, you can iron onto that paper,
holds it.
And it holds it. So I did fussy cut those little flowers.
Oh no, you've got the butterfly.
And the butterfly.
I've never noticed the
butterfly
there's a butterfly in there. And it's only because you fussy cut that I've actually noticed the butterfly.
Yeah, and I fussy cut it so I would get, you know, the larger flowers and the butterfly in the centre there.
Nice.
And then you just put that on, and you can machine or hand. So you take the paper out of the back, and then you can machine or sew those in place. And then if you're using it as a quilt, you can cut where your lines of stitching are, hand or machine, you can cut away this background fabric, and that will just mean that your quilt's not so heavy.
Oh, right.
Because,
okay.
you know, you just cut inside the fabric, obviously being very careful not to cut the Dresden when you've done all that work.
Could you imagine?
Well, to be honest, I probably would. But then, if you were making a huge one, you're probably better to cut it out from behind because it would be very heavy. You know, it would get very, very heavy then. Wow. So lots of options, lots of things that you can do.
Wow.
Lots of different designs.
And then do you slip stitch that on?
I'd use a ladder stitch around the edge. Is that the same as slip stitch?
Yes,
I think it is, isn't it? Sorry, I call it ladder stitch.
Ladder stitch, invisible stitch is all the same stitch.
Yeah, I would, if I was at home, I would be hand sewing that down. But on the example, I did machine sew it, so it's really up to you. You can do either or. Yeah, and if you wanted to, you don't even need to fold it over. You could have a raw edge. Nice. Circle on there, just cut it, use the template, and then use a satin stitch on your machine or something. You don't need to fold it under.
Let me give you the details then for the template because it's been amazing. So £20.95, VLCQ32 is your code for this. Fab. You've got your plate and your circle. Check out your baskets because these go super quick. VLCQ32. Shall I show you the other ones that we haven't used? This non-grip, and you've got your normal inches along there, and then in the black it's 1.5 inch measurements. Very, very, very clever. And then again, same down your 45-degree line there. All of these are on the website. Our graphics are deciding not to play ball today, which is, you know, just what's happening today.
It is one of those
days. It's just one of those things. There we go. Let's have a look at the big... Oh, here we go. The big one's up there already. This is your 16.5 inch. If you want a 20.5 inch, that's on the website. I mean, these do go big. $34.95 for your 16.5 inch. That's fab. Love it.
It's great. It's really good for squaring up blocks, and you've just got all the measurements.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I love having the half.
Brilliant, isn't it?
You know,
really
it's
handy.
really clever.
We've got a message for you, apparently. Veronica's from Greater Manchester. Oh, Monica, sorry, I thought you said Veronica. Monica. She says she loves the bees on the bins and the bollards.
Yes, they are lovely, aren't they, Monica?
There you
Thank
go.
you.
Well, in that case, the bee kits you need to get, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much at home for watching. We've still got another 2 hours. What are you back doing next time?
More creative grids, but something a bit different.
Ooh, lovely. Whereas I'm back with pet beds and my trusty sidekick Arthur in just one moment. Stay with us. See you in a bit. Bye-bye.
Join us on Wednesday the 22nd of March for our Easter Bunny Bonanza on Sewing Quarter. We've been inundated with requests for the big-eared bunny soft toy kits, and we're delighted to announce that Jo Carter is bringing Bunny back with 3 new fabric choices just in time for Easter. So, join Jo and the big-eared bunny on Wednesday the 22nd of March at 11 AM, only on Sewing Quarter. Freeview Channel 78.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we sell fabric in all sorts of different sizes. Some will be pre-cut, but others will be specifically cut to your order. The most common measurement you'll hear us talk about here at the Sewing Quarter is your fat quarter. So the fat quarter is 22 inches across and 20 inches there. Now that's 55 centimetres by 50 centimetres, approximately there. Now fat quarters will often be sold in bundles for you, and they come looking beautiful, all lovely and folded, and it's great for storage because it doesn't look as though you've got as much fabric as you're actually getting. Lots of people prefer fat quarters to long quarters because you can cut larger pieces from your fat quarter. So this is a long quarter, and your long quarter is cut across the bolt, so it's edge to edge crossways. That is your salvage edge to edge. So we're looking at 110 centimetres across. For those of you that like your inches, that's 44 inches, and it's 25 centimetres deep, so that's what 10 inches. So if you're looking at cutting your 2.5 inch strips, that's absolutely perfect. You'll get 4 of those out of a long quarter. So you can clearly see the difference between a fat quarter and the long quarter. So this is your 1/2 metre. So the ½ metre is salvage to salvage, so that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches, and then it's your ½ metre in width there. So that's going to be 50 centimetres or your 20 inches there. Now this is double a fat quarter, so if you have a fat quarter it's going to be half this, and it would just be cut down the middle there, and that would give you 2 fat quarters. It's getting bigger now. We're on to your metre. Here we go. So this is your metre of fabric. So again, edge to edge, crossways, that is your salvage. So that's 110 centimetres or 44 inches. And then this length here, that's your metre or 40 inches. But of course, here at the Sewing Quarter, we cut your fabric from ½ metre increments, so you can buy as much as you like. Check out our website for more details. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air. Right, good morning. Welcome to the Sewing Quarter. Now, if you joined us in the 8 o'clock hour, then you'll already know what's going on this morning. So on Monday, we decided to plan a pet bed and coat show for you, because we know that you are all animal lovers out there. And that was absolutely great. They said, would I bring in Eric, my Great Dane? Yes, absolutely no problem at all. Went home Monday night and he became very, very ill. So unfortunately, Eric had to go and have an operation. He's fine, recovering nicely. He's probably sat on the sofa at home now watching. Hi, Eric. So his stunt double has had to come in. It's like he's been put in the wash and shrunk. So everybody meet Arthur. Arthur, want to say hello? Oh, hello. So this is Arthur here. It's his birthday tomorrow. He's going to be 12 tomorrow, aren't you, Arthur? And yeah, for 12 years, Arthur has been my trusty sidekick. He's gone everywhere with me. Back in the days before babies of having little 2-seater convertibles, he used to just sit on the side with his ears flapping in the breeze. So he's gone everywhere with me and done everything with me. He's been a fabulous, fabulous dog. And today, he's come on the show. Haven't you, Arthur? You've just been snoozing in the corner. So, Arthur is a Springer Spaniel, but he gets a bit stinky with his long coat because he likes to, find puddles. Him and my 3-year-old, they are puddle buddies, and they like to find puddles everywhere. So every spring, he gets quite a drastic haircut. And so he then has to have a coat for when he goes out. So when they said dog coat show, and then when Eric got ill, I was like, right, okay, we're going to make Arthur a coat. So we have, and the fabric that we've got on the show for you today is lovely because it's a heavyweight felt, really lovely sort of fleecy felt. Absolutely gorgeous there. And then I just thought I'll highlight it with a spot. There you go. He's having a little wag and think about that. But you see, look, all lined under there. There we go. So we've got various patterns for you today. He's got a little collar on there. Yes, you have. But then you see also, because we had the tartan, and we've also got the beautiful, here they are, heavyweight fleeces here, which are perfect for your dog beds, which we'll look at in just a minute. We found a 2-tone dog bed, which I think just suits all of this perfectly. So we're all about getting those dogs comfy, cosy, and looking great. So shall we start off having a look at these? Okay, these are so... Whoops. Drop that. These are so easy to use, because they don't fray in any way, shape or form. So if this is the first time for you making a dog bed or anything like that, then these are the beautiful colours that we've got. So this is your fleece fabric. It's a nice heavyweight fleece. It is absolutely lovely to use. So we've got the green here. which I have to say, any of you that have been on social media, and can I just thank you as well for all of your messages, because it was touch and go with Eric on Monday, and we were super, super worried. We did think that we'd lost him. And your messages of support were just overwhelming, so thank you so much. Eric has had a brand new bed out of that with a tartan, you know, just to help him get well. Not that he's actually sat on it, everybody else has, but not him. And then we've got the purple under here. Now these are just $5.45 per half a metre. So when you think how much you spend on dog beds, actually this is really affordable. So this is your purple, and again we're looking at $5.45 per half a metre. This looks very, very different on the web, but this is the true colour here, okay? And then under here, and again, so your code for the purple here, FVJQ59, that's your purple. And then this pink. Oh, I wasn't given the pink to play with. Actually, do you know what? I would have gone two-tone with the pink and the purple. Very manly for you, Arthur. Hey, yes. But this is your pink here. Lovely. Actually, I'm going to waft this because I want you to see just how heavyweight it is. When I was putting in my shopping list to make the beds and whatnot, I put in an order for some fusible fleece and stuff like that. I didn't need it because this is so durable. It's really lovely. And of course, look, you can see that cut edge there, no fraying. It's just great, absolutely great. So if this is the first time that you're working with it, really, really easy. And there isn't really a right or a wrong way either. So if you're like me and you get a bit confused as to which way round you need to put things so that when you pull them through, it's going to be the right way round, you don't have to worry with this. So if you are starting out, then this is a fabulous material to use. It's really forgiving, and I like it a lot. And I didn't know it came in pink. Oh, yeah. Now, here we go. That's $5.45 per half a metre. Grab that. The other thing to grab, we've got wadding on the show. We've got different sizes. Are you all right down there, Arthur? Yeah. These can often be quite difficult, and some places, because a lot of places have to import them from America, will charge you a lot of money. But you don't want to sit on the bed then, Arthur. That's fine. Brilliant. This is your king size. So if you are quilting, now I'm told reliably from those what know, i.e. Lucy Brennan, chief quilter here, that actually this has got a lovely loft. Yeah, so this is your Hobbs Polydown polyester batting. This is for a king size, and that's £22.45. HXGQ39. I know a lot of you are just going to be making dog beds without patterns because you just can. It's like making a big pillow. But if you want more intricate designs, we've got those for you. But if you just want sort of quite a quilted type of fare that you can then fold up, maybe line the if you've got dogs that go in the back of the car, you can then have it down there. Then something like this, absolutely lovely. Why not quilt for the dogs? This is your queen size here, so that's 90 inches by 108 inches. The king size is bigger than the queen, and then you've got emperor, which is even bigger than that, but we haven't got emperor on the show. So this is your queen size here, $16.95. Sorry, producer Hannah was asking. HSGQ49, and that's $16.95. In inches, that is 90 inches by 108 inches for that. So still an awful lot there. But maybe you've got a little dog. Maybe you've got a small dog. Maybe you've got a sort of a chihuahua-y bag type dog, or a cat. In which case, this would be the perfect amount. And I do have to admit, so far, Arthur's had a bed, Eric's had a bed, and because the cat would not get off the fleece when I was cutting it and sewing it, they've had a bed as well. So $5.95 for your crib size wadding. Now, whether you're making dogs' beds, whether you are quilting, doesn't matter. This is a fabulous, fabulous thing to have in your stash. AYGQ80. Lovely. Oh, Sonia says, happy birthday to Arthur for tomorrow. Thank you very much. It's actually my husband's birthday as well tomorrow. It's all, but I think, probably everyone's excited about the dog. So now here, this is your full size. We've got lots of different sizes. This isn't always easy to get hold of. and it is very competitively priced as well. So this is full size, is 81 inches by 96 inches for your full size. There you go, £12.95 for that. So, you know, we're giving you all these options because you might want to make them a massive, great big duvet that they can fold up, and however you do it. One of our dogs, you know, dogs have different needs. One of our dogs, Baxter, we've got 4 dogs, and she likes a blanket, I'm not going to lie. And she likes to sort of be tucked up into her blanket. Whereas Jack, our other Ridgeback, he likes to snuggle in. So he likes these. And Arthur apparently likes a wooden floor. Excellent. Well done there, Arthur. Really selling that bed for us. Good lad. There we go. Now, let's show you the beds. Shall I take the patterns with me? Oh, shall we have a look at the tartans now? I'll take this with me so that you can see the pattern. Actually, I'll take both patterns with me. There we go. Right. We'll show you the tartans in just a minute. Arthur, do you want to go on your spare bed there? Good lad. Okay, so what we have for you today is a variety. So this one here, I've just been asked if I use these or if I use my own patterns. I use the second pattern that we're showing for the dog beds. But on this, you have got lots and lots of options. So depending on your size, we've got a little pug size there, or cat bed. And then next size up. Now, this is the largest bed is a 46-inch diameter. That's 117 centimetres. This one here is a 36-inch or 92 centimetre diameter. And this one here is a 26-inch. So whichever one. But you see, it was looking at these that inspired us to give you the fleece for the bottom or for, you know, winter. And then we've also got the snuggly tartans, which work really well on the top. So whichever way round you want to play it, the two-tone just looks fab. It looks really fab. Now, in this, you're also getting, yeah, look, you get the patterns for the leash. And also for, so that's, you've got a pattern for the leash. You've also got, you know, this is like a pet shop in one, apart from without the pets. You just provide the pet. And then you've got just a little, it's like a crop top, I think, a doggy crop top there. I'm sure there's a more technical term. And then down here, that's a bit like Arthur's one. Which is lovely, and because you've got a nice firm part that goes around there. But again, we're back to crop tops. He's quite cute, isn't he? But look, you see, you can see there. You've also got the leash that you can make. But then look at this little chap. He looks like the dog that they used to have on the gramophone. Do you know the one I mean? Yeah, absolutely. His master's voice, that's it. He looks like his master's voice dog. Now that's D. So on the back of the pattern here, this will show you all the different amounts of fabric that you're going to need. Okay, so, and it also shows you all the different patterns. So, there we go. Shall I decipher a little bit? Okay, because our producer Hannah's just gone, I don't know what you're looking at there. So the coat, let's start with the bed sizes. So if you are making the 26-inch bed, then you need for the contrast 1/2 metre and 3/4 metre for the top. If you are after the middle size, the 36-inch bed, then you need 1 metre for the top and you need 1 1/4 metres for the bottom. And if you want to make the big one, oh, this is all yards, sorry. Ooh. Okay, so you'd need 1 1/4 yards for the top of the 46-inch one and 1 5/8 for the bottom. There's also measurements for a pillow, because you can make an inner pillow. If you're not using the poly down, then you can make an inner pillow and stuff it with whatever you want. So it's up to you how you want to make these. And then with the coats, you've got small to medium, large and extra large, extra, extra large, and up to 5 times XL. Let's take a look. So, coat sizes, basically measure your dog. So, oh, it's a vest. It's not a crop top, it's a vest. Just so we know. He does look like he's going for a rave in his vest. Amazing. So, you want length of the dog. So, from there to the tail, so from the nape of the neck down to the tail there, you want that length. And if he is 6.5 to 9 inches, he's a small. If he's 9 to 11 inches, he's a medium. If he's 11 to 13.5, he's a large. And if he's extra large, then he's 13.5 to 16 inches. And then you've got the girth as well. So round their rib cage goes up to 20 inches. So you can just measure, and then the next line. Oh, hang on. For the coat sizes, it goes up, and that's just for the vest. So that's just going halfway down the body. If you want the coat goes up to a 27.5 inch length. So all different kind of dog coat requirements covered here. So what a great, should we see them? Do you want to see the patterns? Hang on. There we go. Let me just show you. There you go. So you'll get patterns for the leash and B. Now, you see that is either a treat or a poo bag sack. Whichever way you want. That's your vest, that's your coat, and then up here, they're your beds. 5 patterns in there. Fab. Absolutely fab. Just think how much different accessories would cost you in a pet shop. $7.95 for all of those. BY, BR58. And you can match. You can coordinate all of them. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Right. Now, let's have a look at the next lot of patterns, because we have variety for you. Now, I really like this one because, again, you've got the contrast, but you've also got in here a little pleat. So for me, I'd never done a pleat in anything before, but this taught me how to make a pleat. So that is the size of the bed that I made Arthur that's on the floor. So that's the size of that. So that's up to spaniel size. And then we'll make the bigger one today on the show. Then up here, you've got various dog coats here. So you've got 2 different styles again. So again, whether you're going for the whole coat or you're going for the vest, it's up to you. So I use this for the dog beds, and that ended up being an Arthur size one, and this will be the Ridgeback size one. Oh, Jenny's pointed out something very sensible. What she said. The crop top is a harness. It's called a vest. It's actually, no, it is a harness. You're right. I was being silly. So yeah, on this one, that is a harness because you can have it as a harness, or you can have it as just a vest if you wish. But there you go. That's your harness because you've actually got a leash on there. So there you go. If your dog pulls and you want to harness them and not just have it round the collar, then you can have it as a harness. Nice. Thank you, Jenny. There we go. And on these ones, if you can see there, again, you've got a little loop there so you can attach your lead. And there. So 3 options there, 2 coats and a bed. Yeah, here we go. Now, just a couple of techniques in the bed that I wanted to show you. Nothing daunting or anything like that. That sounds wrong, doesn't it? Bed making techniques. Does that sound any better? Better, slightly better. We always knew I was going to get in trouble doing this one on my own, didn't we? I mean, it just was... Right, let me show you. Hang on, where's my pattern? I've got it down here. Now, when you get your pattern, you get 2. And I was like, hang on, what's going on here? So, this one here, number 14, this pattern here is for the pillow. So you also get the pattern to make the pillow that you're going to then stuff inside the bed, so that you can then take this out to then wash the bed. So here's the thing. If you're making the smaller bed, then it says to put a zip in. I didn't, because I know that that will just fit as one thing in my washing machine. So I just sewed it all up. Done. But if you're making the bigger bed and you don't have a big washing machine, then do make the pillow as well, or stuff it with whatever you like. It gives you ideas for what to stuff your bed with. But otherwise, this, and let me just show you this pattern. Here we go. This is the pattern for the big bed. Now you'll see on here it says centerfold, and with this as a centerfold, what you have to do is cut this on the fold. So fold your fabric in half and then lay that along the fabric. So actually, when you cut it, it's going to be double this size. Okay, so remember this is the big dog bed. Now, also other things to mark is the pleat. And you've got a pleat in each of these corners. Now, this took me a little while to work out because I'm not used to working with patterns, but I wanted to get that pleat. It was a new technique for me. So I dutifully marked that out. You've got a small circle and a big circle and a line there that says pleat. So, okay, bear with me, I'll show you how to do that. And again, the same there. When you've cut it out, open it out, and again, mark your pleat. So you've got a pleat marked in each corner. On one end, you've got a square there. If you're putting the zip in, mark that, because that's where your zip will start and finish. Okay, so you will tack along that line. So, let's see where I got to. Let me show you these pleats. I'll show you the pleat and then we'll go and have a look at the tartan. So, when I was sent the fabric, I was sent the green fleece and the purple fleece. I wish I'd been sent the pink, because I really like that now. I've seen it. And I thought that the purple fleece would go beautifully with the purple tartan. But actually, I really like it with this one, because where the blue and the red crosses over, you kind of get a purple in there. So I was like, yeah, that works. So I've chosen that. We'll have a look at all these tartans in a minute. Now, let me show you these pleats. So when you've got these on each of your corners, your pleat will look like this. Now you get to that stage by doing this. So you have it out and then you fold it along that bottom line there where you've marked it like that, and then make sure that your edges are flush along there. You then fold that corner. Do you remember it had... I've just moved the pattern, haven't I? So, I've folded up to that line there. And now it says pleat across there. So I've pulled this end in to pleat there. That's what I'm doing. Now, if you want to make sure you've lined it up, just pull it away and just line it up with my line there. So actually my pleat line, I should fold onto that line there and then, yeah, fold it across to there. Now, if you're anything like me and this is new to you, the first thing I did where it says pin and tack is that. Well, that's not giving me any pleat anyway. The bit that you have to actually tack and baste, let me just do that neatly. There to there. The bit you have to baste is that line there, is that fold. So don't pin it onto the bottom and then go, how's that a pleat, like I did. It's just that bit along there. So I'm just going to take the whole thing with me and just tack along there. Now then, with this machine, how do I go back on this one? There we go. And then up. Oh, no, up. There we go. And then I'll just repeat that. I've got one more edge to do. And you see then, can you see there is your pleat? All nice and neat, that's your pleat. So it gives it that professional edge. You know, I've made a lot of dog beds. That's kind of, that and cushions was how I started back in the wonderful world of sewing when I was pregnant. I was like, right, really bored, what am I going to do? So actually, I basically recovered the whole house, the dog beds, everything else. And that was how I got back into sewing. And I used to just make dog beds like massive, great big pillows, because that's effectively all they are. But if I ever wanted to get any kind of depth or height, they always just went really squidgy at the end. So this helps to just give that lovely block bed. So that actually, if you fill with foam or anything like that, you can do that with this, and you'll be absolutely fine. So I'll fold it again. I'm just going to tack along there, again within my seam allowance. Just tack quickly along there. Whiz, whiz, whiz. And then I'm going to take you, because I know a lot of you want to see those tartans. I will take you to see that. It does me a finishing stitch, doesn't it? Excellent. Okay. Cool. Right, and then we'll move on to the next bit with this in just one moment. Let's go look at those tartans. So the two-tone was really important, because that was what drew me to the patterns in the first place. They both really worked, I think. So you'll see here, this is Arthur's bed. He won't mind me showing. He was having a sleep on his other one. This is where the pleats. So the pleats match. And so it gives you that height with the bed. And then you've got that two-tone. So you've got the fleece, which is durable on the bottom. But then if you want to spin it around, you can. You can have that as a top. It's entirely up to you. Maybe you have one for when they're wet, one for when they're dry. But that, Oh, Beverly's asked a question about the fleece. Oh, okay, so Beverly asked, is it okay for her to make a fleece jacket out of the fleece for her to wear when she walks the dog? Very good question. Yes, and in fact, we have done an entire show on making capes out of the fleece. So yes, it is. Jennifer Taylor has made that. They are absolutely perfect. In fact, I'm trying to remember which one it was. With one of the magazines, the Simply Sewing magazine, they actually have a fleece jacket in one of their magazines, which is really lovely, because you don't have to hem it or anything. It's fine, just cut it and that's how it stays. So if you've got Simply Sewing magazine and you've seen that in the jacket that I'm talking about in there, then this fabric, this material is absolutely perfect. We will go and have a look at those in a minute, but I want to show you the tartans, because on the website, I'm not going to lie, the photos are dreadful. They don't. Well, I'm being honest. They don't give a true representation. Even when we were planning the show, we're going, is that the same as? Is it really? So I don't want anyone to struggle. And let's see which ones are going to match with which. So this is the one that I've made Arthur's jacket out of that he's wearing today. So this is your red, blue, and green. Now, I matched that with the purple because of where the blue and the red go. I think that you can get away with the purple fleece. But if you're matching that on the image on the web, you're not going to see it. But it's described as the red, blue, green. And this is just $3.75. This is real inexpensive stuff here. But if you want to match it with the green, it looks great with the green as well. So if you're after a more mature look, Eric's bed is out of the green. They have different colours, so they don't argue over them. Like that's going to work. $3.75. Actually, I'll tell you what happened. All that happened was that my son ended up on Eric's large dog bed with the cat, and that was the end of that. So there you go. That's how the green works with that. Then we've got this lovely regal one here. That's fab, isn't it? That's dog coats out of that. Really lovely. And actually, again, this is your red brushed cotton. So if you're after that on the website, that's the red brushed cotton. Tricky, because all three have red in them. Doesn't really narrow it down, does it? I'd have called it maybe red and black. But there you go. I would match that with the green. And you're going for that classic sort of barber look, isn't it? It's yeah, you know, move over, push the cat out the way by the Arga. We're coming in. It's that sort of feel. The country kitchen, very smart. Now, down the bottom, this one is fun. And this is what Arthur's bed is made out of. And we love this one. We've made these into pyjamas. Because this is a brushed cotton, it is firstly super snuggly. The price is amazing, just $3.75 per half a metre. So you can afford to have a matching dog bed and coat for not very much. Producer Hannah, you've promised who pyjamas out of this? Oh, to make your friend some. Is that the friend that's making you a roast dinner so that you could come into work today? Different one. You've got more than one friend. Amazing. Not amazing that you've got more than one friend. Yeah. Anyway, so this here is, yeah, you see, I would have called this purple, but you see this says red and green. There's purple all over it. Yeah, so this is Arthur's bed, you see, and I've matched it with the purple. There you go. So that's Arthur's bed there. La, 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 with the pleat. And a bit of Eric hair, actually, on the bottom there. Nice. Sharing is caring. I've just, I've filled mine with... Do I need to be honest about what I filled mine with? Well, do you know what? Producer Hannah said, did I not use the poly down? I didn't actually get the poly down in time. So, retrospectively, yes, I would have backed poly down on top of the cotton, but I've stuffed mine with some toy stuffing and a bit of old mattress, actually, that I chopped up. So, you know, it can be done. It can be done. If I were remaking this again, then I would use the poly down in there. And then it would, you know, wash down. And also then, because you can see where the bits of foam are sticking out, it'll be more comfortable for Arthur. In fact, what I might do is actually just unpick a bit and just pop a lining of poly down in. There you go. And you know that it's going to dry better as well. Arthur, come here. Now that's the purple. Good boy. Oh, good boy. Excellent. Just there. So the purple also works, I think. You see, this is it with the blue, with the top tartan. The top tartan. And sorry, we're a bit distracted. And then it's just got some binding around there. So it is actually fully lined. And actually, there you go. It's a fully lined jacket. So your purple fleece is down there, $5.45. But there's not a lot, actually. There's not a lot of fabric there. He's obviously got... So, okay, I did quite a bad job of Arthur's haircut. So I did put this on because you can see he's got like an undercut there. So if he's embarrassed, then he can just pop that up. Or maybe if he wants, you know, just like a standy-uppy collar, then he can do that. But then he can have it lying down there. And it goes with his collar. So let's go through the fleeces for you again. He's a good boy. He's a good lad. Now, which one's your favourite? This is your green fleece here. Do you like this one? Yes, this is your green fleece here. It's nice. In fact, I'd like this as a coat. I'd like the green as a coat. Who was it that emailed in about could you use it for a jacket? Can't remember. Ah, who was it?
Colourblind person.
Sorry? Beverly, yes, well done. You see, Beverly, I'm with you. I'd maybe get this one for my own coat. Oh, can you imagine a nice, thick, chunky blanket stitch around there? Be lovely, wouldn't it? Nice. Yeah. Director Richard's come down and he's on cameras and he's nodding, going, yeah, nice. PNJQ025545 per half a metre. And again, you're not going to need loads for this. Really not. It's good, isn't it? Let's have a look at the purple. Purple is most popular at the moment. Arthur, you wear it well, my dear. So here we go. Shall I show? Actually, what you probably should see is how wide it is, selvage to selvage. Whoa, you get a lot. Do you see what I mean? This is fab value for money here. Sorry, Arthur. Just squid you out the way there. There you go. I'll move your bed there. That is it, selvage to selvage. I think it's 140. I think the fleece is 140, and that the tartan is 135 selvage to selvage. That's centimetres, I do believe. So there we go. That's your fleece in purple. Now, you see, can I be controversial, Producer Hannah? She's like, oh no. She says it's Sunday. She can't even say it, let alone be it. Two-tone bed, purple and pink. Oh, you think more for cats? I like that. What do you think, Arthur? All right, bye then. Oh, good boy. Do you like this? Would you go for this? Oh, it's because we're talking about cats. Is that it? I have to tell you, I've had Arthur, obviously, 12 years. Happy birthday tomorrow. Yeah, 12. Good boy. And when I had him, when I first had him as a pup, I already had a cat called Hugo. Hugo rules the roost, doesn't he, Arthur? He bosses you around, something shocking, doesn't he? And if he wants your dinner, that's it. You have to step aside, don't you? And Hugo comes in. Yeah, just embarrassing the dog there with stories. Okay, so I would potentially go, yeah, purple and pink for the contrast dog bed. I think that would be lovely. I think that would be really nice. I wonder, hang on. What would the pink look like with that? Do you reckon that would work or not? Could you work the pink with the purple tartan? Almost. I think that's possible. Okay, so we'll leave whichever choice. Actually, no, just go with the purple because the purple's in there. And actually, look, do you want to see the green with it? It's a different green. No, I'd go purple. Definitely purple with that one. So whichever one you're going for, absolutely lovely. These are soft. I tried to take photos. If you do follow me on Facebook, then you will see the trouble that I had because everybody just wanted to sit on them because they are so snuggly. And in fact, when I was actually, as I was putting this through the sewing machine, I had fleece on one side with the cat. So imagine seeing sewing machines here, cat's there, and I had to just move the cat and everything through the machine because she wasn't getting off. So I think it's fair to say the animals do love it. It's so super snuggly. Right, should we go back? Or did you want to look at the poly down again? Nope, right, come with me. Let's have a look. Now, this pattern here came out of the Butterick Waverley, which is this one. So you get two different dog bed sizes. The little one is 20 inches by 27. That's 51 centimetres by 69 centimetres. And then the bottom one is 69 centimetres by 92 centimetres. So again, if you get a metre of fabric, then, you know, a metre of each and you're done, aren't you? That's great. So we did the pleat. And then if you're doing the bigger bed, then I would recommend putting the zip in. If you're doing the smaller bed and you've got a big enough washing machine, I didn't bother with that one because I know I'll just wash it and that'll be fine. And these fabrics are fully washable, by the way, especially that brush cotton. The more you wash it, the softer it's going to get. It's gorgeous. So what it said to do, and in my pattern, remember, on this short side here, I've got the pleat, and then I've got that square. That square is where the zip comes to. Now, we've got zips on the website. They're all there for you. You choose the length that you want. So you pick the zip that you want and the size that you want to put in. Now, first things first, wrong sides together, and on a long stitch, a long basting stitch, do that short side. I basically went from the edge of my pleat, which is where that square comes to, edge of pleat, and just did a real long basting stitch along there. And then open it up and press your, God, look at this, sorry, hair all over it. Arthur might have sat on this on the way in. So, get your zip, press open your seam, and all I've done here, and I've basted in advance because you'll all know that zips are my nemesis. So actually a bit brave that I'm even doing this on air today. So pop the teeth right into where the two different materials meet, really into that groove. Pin it and then baste it. I should have done this in the contrasting colour, but can you see I've just done a real long basting stitch in there, just hand basted, but that is going to hold that into position. So I know that that is not going anywhere. Then flip it. Now from the front, when I sew, I'm going to put my my foot in, my zipper foot, and I've done a little stitch across each side. Now, possibly what I should have done, and maybe retrospectively if I was to do this again I would have actually basted through both layers. Maybe I should have done that. But I've just put in a marker so I know that that's where I'm going to cross over the zip there, and that's where I'm going to cross over the zip on that side there. So, now, there we go. There's my zipper foot here. You'll have to bear with me because, as we know, zips... I'm still working out which way down am I going to go. I need it that way. Put my zipper foot on. Now, you just want to go, and I would put the lighter fabric to this side. Now, on the screen for you, you've got down the bottom, you've got the purple fleece, which is this one, so the details for that there. And then the pattern that I'm using is there for you, $8.95 for that. Now then, where was that marker? Up there. So, there we go. And I will just go forwards a little bit. Oh no, it's a stay stitch. I keep forgetting this isn't my machine. There we go. Go backwards. Does it want to go backwards? Aha. Okay, and then down we go. So I'm just going to go along, and yeah, I should be able to move that zipper foot out of the way. Look, just bear with me while I just whiz down there. That's the fiddly bit, but then you just get going. And down we go. And of course the zipper foot, great, because it's just keeping me where I need to be. So then it's just going to give me, I think, there, the dog doesn't mind. So for me, this is one of those things that I'm not great at zips. I don't profess to be an expert. If you are anything like me and you've avoided doing zips for goodness knows how long, and you've put Velcro and hook and loop fastening on everything, then welcome to my world. But as our dear boss says, Natasha, it's good to take you out of your comfort zone. So, a zip it was. And again, your dog isn't going to mind if it's not absolutely right. So it is that opportunity to practice. Needle down, spin. There we go. And then very, very carefully cross over. Now this is a heavy fabric. You've got a lot of fabric going on here. And then just very gently cross. Now the zip that I've used has got plastic. There we go. And we're across. Has got a plastic tooth to it. So it's going to be okay. Down we go again. Get my fabric up there and off we go. Yeah, so you can imagine, can't you, as I'm sewing away at home, this side here was covered in cat and I was having to move the whole thing covered in cat as I was sewing. So along we go. Maybe this will get me over my fear of zips. You know, nothing like having to do it live on telly, is it, than getting over a fear. Yeah, it's all fine. Now, the reason that you put in a long stitch when you did this hem along here is so that it's going to be easy to unpick. I don't know if I asked for a seam ripper. I don't know if I asked for that. Now, I'm going to lift that up there and try and move that zipper down. I wonder if I can do that and out of the way. Actually, I'll just move it right up to the top. Nope, I've managed to jam it. There we go. Let's show that pattern. So this is the other pattern that we've got. Thank you, Amy. So we've got two patterns for you today. We've got the round bed, and we've got the leash in that one. And then you've got various types of coats in there as well. And then, oh, this is the one I like to call of the vest. It's not, it's a harness. And there it is for you. So that one's very, very popular. We are a nation of animal lovers, aren't we? There's no escaping it. We absolutely are very much a nation of animal lovers. And so they should be comfy. And so the other one, and the one that I've used, is that one there. There you go. That one there. Perfect. And that's the one that I'm using today. So, you know, if you want to practice zips, things like that, then this is a great one to do that with. Now, there we go. There's my unpicker. Do that there. Do that there. It's a bit wonky, but never mind. Arthur doesn't mind. And then just unpick, just take out these long stitches here, and hopefully just take your time. There we go. And they just start to, and they should. So this is basically a hidden zip. It's an invisible zip. So what you start to see under here is your zip. Obviously you would move your zipper up and down so that you don't have to stitch around it. But actually, oh, the red and green tartan is the most popular. So let me show you that while I just unpick these stitches, because it's not that exciting. So loads of you coming in for that. It is just the most beautiful, soft, brushed cotton. And I think there's something very classic, isn't there, about this tartan for animal beds. I think it's absolutely lovely. So, do you know what? Producer Hannah makes a very good point. I like brushed cotton for my pyjamas, so why not? Absolutely, why not have it for your dogs as well and your cats, and have them just as comfy as you are? Matching. Is it wrong to take it that step further and have matching pyjamas with your... Here we go. So, there we go. One zip. Done. Hurrah! Yay! There we go. So that's that zip in. Now, to finish off the bed, all it is right sides together, and then you would literally just pin and stitch all the way around. Obviously, leave that zip a little bit open so you've got something to turn through, and that is then that dog bed done. Done. These are the fabrics that I've used. Let's take a look at these. So we've got, these are the ones that I've used. The red, the blue and the green brushed cotton fabric. That's that one. And that's the one that I've used on this bed and on Arthur's coat. 375, RJJQ81. And then the purple fleece, which is that one, which will look very different on the web. It's kind of a royal regal, and it's covered in dog hair already. $3.75, RJJQ81. That's for your checked fabric. That's for that. And then the fleece is down the bottom there, $5.45. So actually, when you think how much you pay for dog beds and dog coats as well, I've bought, because Eric is so large before now, I've spent £50 on one dog coat for him. It's extortionate, isn't it? This is a far cheaper way of doing things. So this is the dog bed that I made. What I made. So that's the size that Arthur was lying on. And this is the size of the big one. Do you want me to hold up, actually, so that you can see how big that's going to be? That's your big dog size. It's big, isn't it? You could fit a Labrador or two on that, couldn't you? Oh, it's lovely. There you go. And maybe you want to have it so that you've just got... Well, yeah, you see, you can have it, can't you? On those winter nights, maybe you want to have the fleece. But that is a big old dog bed. Lovely. Do you want to come and see the other pattern? Oh, hang on, what have I done with the other pattern? Here we go. Now this one, this is like a pet shop in one, this one. So on this one, you've got 3 round dog beds. And then you've got the leash. And if you want to do the leash, then maybe you want to use a bodkin, turny-outy tool. There you've got your treat/poo bag. And then you've got your harness/vest. Then down here, this is more like Arthur's coat, although I put him a little collar on his, so it's not the same. But it's that sort of affair. Then this one you'll see, can you just see the leash that they've made coming down there to go with that? That's very zazzy. It looks like he's off to a carnival. And then over here is our gramophone dog, and he's just got a classic. So 5 different patterns. You see, that's as if you could do that just out of the fleece, couldn't you? Now, we've got on the show as well a bias binder maker and also bias binding. So if you're not up to doing reams and reams of binding, then don't worry, because here you've got, I think it's 20 meters. 20 meters of 25mm binding. And that's what I've used to bind all the way around Arthur's coat. $8.95 for your black collie cotton bias binding, and that is what I've done all of Arthur's binding on his coat in. Okay, and again, a new skill for me. I hadn't used bias binding until I started here. The other thing that would have made life much easier for me would have been this, and then we'll have a look at the fabrics in just one moment. But if you're cutting things in straight lines, then can I just say, guys, my life would have been so much easier. It would have been much quicker for me had I used the Fiskars rotary cutter with this. So I would have been able to have measured it really easily and then just cut it out in a straight line. As it was, I do have some wonks because I'm not great at cutting in a straight line. But this, fabulous, $64.95. With the blade changer, with nearly £32 worth on there. USGQ67. If you want to see this in action, then go onto YouTube. The 8 o'clock show from Friday shows you exactly how to use that. Now, come with me to have a look at these fabrics, because these are going crazy. Which should we want to look at first? Tartan? This one? Let's just go top to bottom. Let's work our way through methodically. So, this one here is... Shall I fluff it about a bit? Let me waft it for you. So soft. Absolutely gorgeous. $3.75, that's all. $3.75 per half metre. This is a metre. Gorgeous. Now, I think where that red and blue cross over in the tartan, you can get away with the purple, which is what I've done with the fleece. RJJQ81. Is this most popular? No. Oh, the bottom one's most popular. This is second popular. Now, maybe you're going sort of regal and classic, sort of, you know, think brands like Barber and things like that, where they always have really smart tartans. And here we go. this one here. There we go. That's again £3.75. Now this is your red brushed cotton. These haven't photographed well on the website, I'm not going to lie. So that's why we're showing you these live so much, so that you can really make sure you get the one that you want. REJQ05 for that, £3.75 per half a metre. But again, perfect for your PJs as well. And then this one is the most popular. So popular. Half of this fabric has now gone. Wow. Do you know what, actually? I'm suddenly thinking picnic blanket. Yeah. I think that would make an amazing picnic blanket, and it would be super soft as well. £3.75 per half a metre, NZJQ63. And that is your red-green brushed check. They've completely missed out the fact that it's got purple through there. And on the website, it just doesn't look like it. So if you're looking on the web and you're going, what? No, what? Just jot down this code, NZJQ63, or give our free phone number a call, 0800 112 4433. And the guys there will be able to help you out. It's free to call. Hello, Arthur. You woken up, sweetheart? Good lad. So there we go. They are your tartans. And then let's have a look at the fleeces. Arthur, don't be shy. Come and sit on your bed. Here we go. Now this is the purple that Arthur's wearing. Good boy. Yes. Good lad. And he's got the that fabric there to line his coat, but his bed's out of that one. But this is your purple. Looks absolutely nothing like the picture on the web. Well done, us. But trust us, this is what it is. £5.45. This is your fleece fabric in purple. I'm going to be honest, because you're only going to look on the web and go, is that the right one? So there we go. This is your purple. FVJQ59 for that. Oh, I would match it with the pink. I really would match that with the pink. I think it's gorgeous with the pink. Green next. Okay, so your green one here, whether you're making a jacket for yourself, a jacket for the dog, or cat bed, dog bed, whatever, £5.45 for half a metre there. PNJQ02. Does pink and green go? What do you reckon? Oh, well, actually, I like that together too. That's rather nice. If you want the pink as well, then that's down the bottom there. £5.45. Very nice. I would just like to thank my guest, Arthur. You've been amazing. Next up is Lucy. See you in just one moment.
There are many different ways you can buy from us here at the Sewing Quarter. You can order from us by calling our free phone number at 0800 112 4433 and talk to the team at our UK-based call centre. Alternatively, there are other ways you can buy from us. You can go online and shop through our website at www.sewingquarter.com. You can even watch the show there and shop as you go. You can check out as many times as you like throughout the day and only pay a small fee of £2.95 postage and packaging for the whole day. We also offer a 30-day money-back guarantee on all products excluding custom-cut fabric. Our friendly UK-based team will help guide you through every step. The Sewing Quarter is a new, inspirational sewing and quilting channel here to help educate our viewers with some of the best designers in the business. We hope to bring you some exciting demonstrations with some of the top industry experts. We're part of the Immediate Media family. Immediate Media is a fast-growing multi-platform company who operate some of the most loved brands across the UK. Our brands range from our first TV shopping channel adventure with Jewellery Maker to several successful magazines such as Simply Sewing, Radio Times, BBC Good Food and many more. We've been working incredibly hard to set up and bring you our new exciting channel, and we hope that we can help inspire you with new ideas and projects.
Join us on Wednesday the 22nd of March for our Easter Bunny Bonanza on Sewing Quarter. We've been inundated with requests for the big-eared bunny soft toy kits, and we're delighted to announce that Jo Carter is bringing Bunny back, with 3 new fabric choices just in time for Easter. So, join Jo and the big-eared bunny on Wednesday the 22nd of March at 11 a.m, only on Sewing Quarter, Freeview Channel 78.
Here at the Sewing Quarter, we want to help you with your levels of sewing. Whether you're a novice or you've been sewing for years and years, we want this to be a fabulous learning curve for all of you. Whether it's making a little gift or making yourself a fabulous outfit, we will be working with some of the UK's biggest designers. You have to join us for that.
Don't forget, our sister brands are some of the leading brands in the industry, with Love Patchwork and Quilting being rated top modern quilt title on the market. Today's quilter has achieved market leadership in the traditional quilt sector. And finally, Simply Sewing was launched in February 2015 after noticing a gap in the market for beginners. Combined, we reach over 150,000 readers every month. Did you know there are multiple ways you can contact us, even if it's just to ask a question? Our friendly team are always on standby. You can call our customer service team at 0800 112 4433, email us at help@sewingquarter.com, visit our Facebook page, follow us on Instagram, follow us on Twitter @sewingquarter, and even message us through our website, and our presenters will answer your questions live on air.
Welcome back to the Sewing Quarter. Right, we've got Amy Butler fabric, we've got Kay Fassett for you. So 2 top designers, both incredibly top of their game in their field. So where to start? And the bees are back as well. Gosh, lots for you this hour. So this hour, we're using a natty little device to make these. Ooh, nice. This is out of your Kay Fassett design rolls, 2.5-inch design roll strips. Bit special, isn't it? This is out of the red Kay Fassett roll. That's a bit special, isn't it? So $42.95 for your Kay Fassett Collective Classic Design Roll in red. Basically 2.5-inch strips. $42.95 in those. Gorgeous. We've got those in red, green and blue. So whichever colour you're after, go for it. Let me show you what the green looks like. Here we go. So these, is it 30 strips, 15 of each in these? I think, if memory serves me right. Look at all of these. They're a bit gorgeous, aren't they? So this is some of them, because I think some of our designers have used them, but it's just gorgeous. So there we go. That's your green. Now, with the Kay, it's, well, firstly, obviously, Kay Fassett. If you're into your quilting at all, this is a name that you'll know. But if you're new to quilting, this is a guy whose, well, career spans decades. He is incredible. He is a designer of knitwear as well as quilts. He's had sellout collections in the V&A, you know, the only living artist to have ever had that. The guy is incredible. And the way that he puts these colours together is just incredible. So that's your blue if you're after a design roll. But the thing is with these design rolls is that the colours are all in there. So whether you're after you see, these are just some of the blues in here. But you see, in the blues, you've also got the purples. So if you wanted to mix in with the greens, of course, the green collection has got those purples in too. So you can mix them across the board, and it's going to go beautifully. Because you see, look, in the blue here, you've got all of those colours in there. It really is absolutely stunning. absolutely gorgeous. And then you've got your classic polka dot in there as well. So that's your blue, this is your green. Lucy's used some of the red, that's out of the red collection. And we've got all sorts of goodies for you. So, the woman, of course, who made this lovely, lovely triangular delight. What's its technical term, Lucy?
Triangle delight.
Is it? Is now. Hello. Welcome back. No, it is a triangular delight. I'm enjoying its beauty. Really lovely, actually. You can see the vivid design there from Kate, and doesn't it just lend itself to it?
It does, really nicely. Yeah.
Beautiful. I'm completely confused as to how on earth you've made that, as is generally what happens with me in quilting. I look at it and go, it's amazing. How did you do it? So we've got that one, and you did this one as well. Look at the colours. This is all from the Red K Facet collection, $42.95 for those design strips. Look, just, I mean, wow. The guy's a genius with colour. And this is one of my favourite of the strips, actually, because it looks like an oil painting.
Mine's this one.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I like the dots.
It's funny, isn't it? And yet the colours, obviously, it all works. So if you were working these triangular delights, as clearly we're now calling them, into... Do we patch them like that? How do we work them?
You can, yeah. There's lots of different things that you can do with them. I'm using the non-slip 120-degree ruler.
I've not seen one of these before.
Nor had I.
Really?
Honestly, no, I hadn't seen it before either.
But you're like a mega quilty person.
Yeah, they do so many rulers. Creative Grids do so many rulers. And this one I hadn't come across, but it's so easy to use, and there are lots of different things that you can, lots of different designs you can create using it, and different effects as well, which is always fun.
Wow. Again, when you get this, don't throw away the packaging, because it will show you. Let me just pick that up for you. So this is basically showing you how to do things.
Yeah, so it's got step-by-step instructions. And it gives you possibilities of things that you can do with it as well. So different layouts that you can use. And then Creative Grids always have a little video demonstrating as well. So you can
look at that.
See finished quilts that have been made. I
love that.
I know, that's stunning.
Imagine that
really
in the middle of
beautiful.
a king-size quilt.
So when I made a floor rug using the triangles.
Yes, you did.
And that was like a slightly cheating, different way of doing it. But I could easily have done it with this. This is just a variation on that.
We did have a moment, didn't we, in the office where we went, your floor rug.
I know.
Your floor rug, your beautiful floor rug. You could have done it with this.
Could have done it with this.
For me, I think that is just superb, and I could see that as a king size. I now want to make a king size quilt, just so that I can use that.
Yeah.
And, of course, don't forget we've got the poly down wadding for that, which we had on the earlier show.
Yeah. And if you're playing, if you're somebody that loves colour and you love playing with prints, you can get really great 3D effects with this as well.
Yeah, you can, almost sort of psychedelic spirals and things. This is all made with this grid. All of those designs with this little cheeky number, $24.95. We've not seen it before. First time to wear. First time Lucy's seen it. Well, obviously not the first time. You had it like yesterday or something.
I've had it a few days.
But again, let's just go through Creative Grids, the unique things about it. Firstly, you'll see these little round marks on here. These are fabulous because they're your non-grip strips. They're not like, sometimes you get like the rubbery bits.
Yeah.
No, it's none of that. It's a texture in the plastic. It's very clever. That's the best way I can describe it. I don't know if you can see. It's not standing proud. It's almost like it's in. It's not going to rub off because it's kind of in the plastic.
And that's unique. This is unique to Creative Grids. This
is it? I'm not surprised.
Grip.
It's brilliant.
Yeah.
It is absolutely brilliant. Which means that you're not going to get any slip. That's always been my problem with rulers. And why I hate cutting and why I always feel like I can't cut a straight line. Yeah. Because they slip.
Yes.
And I can't help it. Just me, rubbish.
And it's not even just that it's a good grip, it's the placement of it, where they place these circles that make it really effective.
So even if you're doing just that side, then you've got the grips for that side of the ruler, same for there. It is really clever. And you've also got a quick reference there as to the sort of things that you could be making with this, because you might look through and go, oh, I've forgotten what that does.
Yeah, no, you can get different sizes from it. So you've got the measurements. Everything on here, everything is on here. Everything that you need is printed on. You need the instructions so you know how to be sewing everything.
But they come with it.
But all of the measurements that you need are on it. So the first thing that you do is cut strips.
Oh, we've got these
and
here.
You can do that, yeah. So you use this long edge to cut the strips of the fabric.
Unless, of course,
you've
bought the K facet 2.5-inch strips, in which case,
if you've got the strips already cut, that's fine. But if you wanted to do, these different effects, you can just make it from.
Ones.
Or you might not want to, do strips. You might just want to have the triangles as they are. So it tells you what size to use there. And then it's got all the lines, all the markings on there are there for a reason. And when you come to use the ruler, you realise how clever it is and how useful all of the markings on the ruler are.
Where do we start?
Okay, well, you start by deciding what kind of triangle you want to make.
Okay.
So
Shall I show the various that you've made? So you did 2 of the Cafe, out of Cafe. Do you want to grab one side and we'll see if we can actually make this look?
Yeah.
If you do up there, and I'll grab down there. So if you put the 2 together, wow!
So you're creating kind of a diamond shape.
It's a colour explosion, isn't it? All over the place. But that's partly this design and partly Cafe's colours. And
this was made. Each triangle has 2 strips in.
Wow.
So in this particular one, it each has 2 strips.
Now that's a serious colour explosion. That's using the red. The details for that, just there. $42.95. Yeah. Now we've also got on the show for you today. We've also got some Amy Butler fabric. So we've got a variety of designers, and this is what that looks like. So we'll go through and look at this in just one moment. I was just going to do that so that...
Yeah. You've got the different ones together.
Can you hold that down the bottom there? And then I'll hold this out there. Different feel again, isn't it?
Yes. And this one, obviously, I've cut these strips myself from 1/2 meters of fabric, which is very simple.
And using that bottom edge of the ruler. Nice and easy.
Use the bottom edge of the ruler, yeah.
UDCQ73, $24.95 to get the grid that's going to make these. Well, you're going to make these.
Yeah, and it makes it so easy. It makes all your points align really nicely. There's, it's not... There isn't anything tricky, but what you create looks really impressive.
It does. I'm impressed. And that's just 2 of them.
Yes.
But it is, isn't it? It is that wow factor. I mean, even if you just had that on a cushion, maybe you had, scatter cushions in triangles.
Mm-hmm. And you could keep just adding strips if you wanted it to make it bigger. You could do that.
Yes.
Or set it with some plain ones and then square it off. You could do that as well.
I have a problem with squaring off.
You need that big square ruler.
Well, I need the big square ruler, but I also have a problem with squaring off in that it's all I've sewn it and then I'm just chopping it up and...
I know, oh no, I know. The worst is when, like if I've done some hand piecing or English paper piecing and then I've got to chop part of the shapes off.
I'd have to work it into my design.
I don't enjoy that.
I would have to do that. Anyway.
I shed a little tear every time I do it. I don't like it.
I can imagine it.
Yeah.
Where do we start?
So for the larger ones, I've used 3 strips. So I've cut 3 2.5-inch strips, and then I've sewn the strips together.
Okay.
So just cut those like that, and then just sewn them together. And I've done it in a kind of a step. Like that.
Like you get with the pyramids.
Yeah, and the instructions recommend that you do this. I believe the strips are 27 Yes, 27 inches long, so it's 2.5 by 27. And the reason that you do this is so that you're creating less waste.
Oh, I like
So
them
they've
already.
worked out the measurements for you, so you're not wasting a lot of the fabric. If we'd sewn these together, and then we were going to cut the triangle, we're wasting that part there because we can't use it in this particular design. So they've worked out the measurements for you so that you're not wasting as much.
I like a company that thinks of my wallet, thinks of the waste, thinks of how to get a lack of waste, so saving as much material. So it's not only that it's got fabulous anti-slip grips on there, so it's beautifully marked, very clearly marked as well, but they've also, in the instructions, been incredibly clever and given you the exact measurements so that you don't waste much fabric. Brilliant.
Yeah.
What more do you want?
Really
I mean, it's
clever.
fabulous.
So it's very easy to do that. You just start sewing, you know, just measure
Yeah.
about 3 inches and start sewing there and then do the same again. So you've got the kind of stepped...
It's giving you the gradient.
strips.
It's giving you the gradient of the triangle.
Yes.
I like this. This is quite satisfying,
It's
isn't it?
very satisfying and it comes together so beautifully. So once you've sewn them together, then you're going to cut. And I'll just tell you, I did actually step it the wrong way, but it doesn't really matter because you can still, you know, if it doesn't matter which one's top and bottom because you just turn it round and do it the other way. Yeah, exactly. So, so then you're going to cut. Now on the because we're doing the 3 strips, we're doing it the full width here of this ruler. So we can line up the bottom, check the top, but it also gives you, and it says quite clearly on the ruler, strip 1 sewing line, strip 2 sewing line, so that you can check all the way across
so you're
that those
lined up.
seams are matched up with that sewing line.
Do you know what else I like? The dog ears are cut off for you.
Yes.
On these edges here, so it doesn't go down to a tip, it doesn't go down to a point, it goes down to a straight edge across there. You can see me running my nail along it there. So you're not even wasting, nothing's wasted.
No.
So even when you cut that, you're not going to have those dog ears.
Yeah, and that helps you when you come to sew the 2 triangular pieces together. So when I'm cutting, I like to just do it just at a slight angle so that you can cut them both quite safely.
Have you ever tried the, you know, did you see on the first hour we had the Fiskars rotary cutter that you swiveled around?
No,
Have you ever tried? You swivel the head of it around so that you can cut, for exactly this reason, so you can cut at an angle.
That's very clever. I
need to show you this so that you
I
can have a
need
play
to.
with it.
I had, I have to just tell you, I had a text from my mum.
Oh, hello, Mum.
Who wants the bag for her knitting.
Oh, right. Oh, there you go. There you go.
So there's already been things that both she and I want now. I'll have the swivelly thing. My mum will take the bag. So there we go. Simple as. I'm just going to turn that round to cut off that
have we
point
got
there.
the details of the bag? Shall I go and grab the bag so that we can see what you mean? Because they are back. The bags are back. The bee bag is back. They're all back. But I just want to show you very quickly. This is the bag that Lucy's mum wants. Lucy's mum, it is back in stock. I don't know for how long, because after the first hour, half the stock had gone. But this is the bee knitting bag. So, there we go. And look, it's even got the little bit for your yarn to come out there. Oodles of space, knitting needles and patterns in there. Obviously, it doesn't come supplied with those. You put your own in there. And then your yarn there. So you can knit on the go, knowing that you're going to keep that yarn nice and clean and tidy. So that's back, £20.95.
And I'll be getting her one because she's making me a jumper.
Oh, really?
So, yeah, I want to encourage her to keep
then.
knitting and make me a couple more jumpers.
That's only fair.
Yes,
That's only fair.
So, so I've cut that one triangle out already, and now I'm left with that other bit that is stepped. So I'm just going to flip that around so that I can cut this side from it as well. So I'm going to line it up at the bottom. I'm going to line that cut edge that I already just cut from. and then just check there that that's all lining up on the correct lines.
It is. This is your proper preparation, isn't it? That just means that everything works.
You may just need to pull the fabric slightly, but you want to make sure that it's exactly on that line when you're cutting, so that when you come to put them together, those are going to match nicely.
Yes.
And that's really the joy of having these rulers, is that all that sort of work and fiddliness is done for you. And when you're working with strips, and it's particularly when you're working with the bias angles, of course it can move around quite a bit, so you've got, if you've cut it right.
So this is where having the right tools for the job is important. So firstly, make sure you've got a great rotary cutter to do this. Secondly, grab your Creative Grids non-slip triangular ruler, and this is designed by Rachel Cross. That's Rachel the Ruler.
Yes, it is Rachel the Ruler, yes.
Whose parents started the company and that she now runs. So, excellent.
So I'm just going to spin that round and cut off that little dog ear bit as well.
Lucy, my problem, and it is a problem, and it does stop me doing a lot of things, is I can't cut in a straight line. Like that, and that's always been my problem. Now, obviously, Creative Grids are bringing us these, but the thing that I've got my heart set on, and I don't know, producer Hannah, is it all right to show? But well, I'll mention it, and maybe if we get time, then we can show it. We had on the earlier show, we had the Fiskars.
Oh, the long one.
The long, and that would mean that I could cut my 3.5-inch strips.
Yes.
Easily.
Yes.
So, but check out the website for that, because we're going to spend time showing this ruler, but if you're like me and you're thinking, well, actually, just cutting the 3.5 inches, I can't really do that very well, then grab something like that.
Yeah.
Fabulous.
For a lot of the rulers and a lot of the, more speciality rulers like this, you're starting with strips.
Yes.
And so you can do either the 3.5 or a 2.5, or you can just do individual ones as well.
Yeah.
And so because it does have the markings on there, but then this, I think this is about 18. Oh no, sorry, it's 21.5. So even if you're using meters, you might want, you want a longer one, so you've got that full, so you can get the full cut. But you could fold the fabric.
I mean, this is the thing. If you're happy to do that, then of course you've got all the measurements, so you can cut your strips just using that.
Yes.
You don't have to have the other. For me, it's a time-saving thing as well.
Yeah.
So this does so much, and of course, look what it's making. I mean, it's making beautiful, beautiful things. So $24.95 gets you your triangular ruler by Rachel Cross. UDCQ 73. Fab.
So we've got the two triangles there, and you can see how that would come together. And then initially, and you might think, well, I'm going to cut a third so I can place it in there. And you can do that. You can just cut a third one and then sew these seams. But those are inset seams. And for
inset seam?
Well, because you're not just sewing, you can't just sew a straight line. So you have to sew up, leave a 1/4 of an inch.
Right.
Twist it.
Yes.
And sew back down.
Okay.
I did do it in a show, but I can't remember. It's just it's just tricky. And then once you've sewn... Which one might I do?
The floor pillow show. The floor rug show.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, because we were working with the triangles there.
Yeah, but I didn't have any Y seams in that one.
Didn't you?
No. I did Y seams in something else. I don't remember what it was. Sorry.
For something that's fiddly, you like to do it a lot,
I know,
don't you?
yeah. So then you'd sew up to here. So you've sewn down that one, you'd sew up to here, and then you have to twist this to sew that bit together. So it's just trickier. So forget that. Let's not bother.
Let's do
what the rule is designed to do and make life easier. So you've got the two full triangles.
Thank goodness for that.
There you go. I can see you trying to do the maths in your head, Natasha.
You could probably smell the burning from where it wasn't happening.
So then it tells you to put 3 strips together, and we're going to create like a mirror. So it tells you the measurement of the strips. I can't quite remember, sorry. So 12.5. So the second set is 2.5 by 12.5, and I might just need to check this. Can I? Oh, I'll use the edge of this one. We have got the rectangle rulers, but they've got the packaging on them. So, yes, because I thought I'd cut these a little bit longer. So I'll just square these off.
Oh, no, we've got all sorts of rulers down there.
We have. So it does come in handy to have other ones, but this is nice because you can get a straight line. So I'm just going to cut these to 12.5 so that we've got it right. And I've made sure I've got 2 sets of 3 strips that are the same fabrics.
Right.
Okay?
Okay.
Because we want to create the mirror. So I'm going to put these on top of each other.
Oh, so they literally mirror like that?
So they're literally mirrored. And then we're going to use the ruler. Let's check I've got that lined up properly. To create half triangles.
Ooh.
Now, what's really clever about this is, and you'll know because you are a maths person, if we were to cut one of those triangles in half,
yes,
and sew it together,
yes,
we're losing
yes,
half an inch,
yes,
and it won't be the same shaped
no,
triangle anymore.
No.
It would be
different.
Something else.
Yes.
So she has very cleverly designed. Rachel the ruler has very cleverly designed this so it will include your 1/4 inch seam on each half of the triangle. So that's where the triangle's in half, but you line up the dashed line with the edge of the fabric there, and across the bottom, and then you cut there, so that you've got 2 half pieces.
This is clever. This is very clever. Oh, lovely. So this is all using one ruler. So this is your Creative Grids non-slip 120 triangular ruler. Hello.
What shape is it?
I don't know. It was looking at it was a cross between triangle and ruler. Came out as rectangular triangle ruler.
So just do one side, flip it over. And then just trim.
You've pretty much
that
got it.
Side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice. Oh, very good. Yeah, there's only a little strip to just snip off, isn't there?
Oh, didn't quite catch that one.
Now, the fabric that you're using in this, we've got 2 different designers of fabric for you on the show. We'll go and have a look at them in just a minute. But this one that we're using at the moment, this one here, this is your Amy Butler fabric. It actually goes nicely with my top, I think.
It does, yeah.
So this is your Amy Butler, and all of these available in ½ metre increments. We'll take a look at that in a minute. But what Lucy also showed us, and this is rather gorgeous, is your Cafe facet, and we've got these in. So if you're like me and you shy away from cutting straight strips, then use these. These have already been cut into 2.5 inch strips. We've got them in red, blue and green. Again, check out the website, $42.95 for your red. And again, if you've ever been anywhere with anything quilty, then you'll know that Cafe is a top quilt designer. And so that's your green. All of these the same price, $42.95, but it's all done for you, and that's what I love about this. You get the full collection, and you get 2 of each of the different designs, $42.95. That's your green, and this is your blue. So if you're in any way, shape or form confused and don't want to look on the website, give us a call, 0800 112 4433. The blue is TRRW 42, but these are stunning, and it just lends itself to this kind of design. It's just beautiful.
And it's lovely that you've got double of the prints in there. You've got 2 of the same prints. So for this particular design, it's really good because you do need to think a little bit about fabric placement.
Yes.
So then you can really have a play around because you've not just got 1 of each. You've got 2 of each.
You can, and that's the beauty of it. The Amy Butler that we're using is by the ½ metre, so you can cut that as much as you want. But if you love Cafe, or if you're like me and actually just cutting strips is something that would put me off because I'm not very good at it, then go for the pre-cut strips.
And the pre-cuts are lovely if you just want to sew.
Well, that's the
Cutting's
thing,
not your
isn't it?
favourite thing, then you can
I like
sew the strips together.
Putting this together because this is like wow, yeah, okay. Yeah. But it's finding things that make cutting fun. This makes cutting fun. Happy to do this.
And it's so cleverly designed. So we've now got the 2 full triangles and 2 of the half triangles.
Yes.
So to put these together, you're going to sew this one to this one and this one to this one.
And then you've just got a straight line.
And then you've just got a straight line.
Oh, well, that's brilliant.
So it's really, really easy.
But that's truly brilliant.
Yeah, and it is tricky to do the inset seam that way. It's possible and doable, but this makes this kind of design really achievable for everybody and beginners. But even I thoroughly enjoyed putting these together because it's just so simple.
It's gorgeous.
It's so simple.
And that's because you've got the triangle.
Yes, and there's nothing tricky. And because of this clever, you're putting these half triangles together. So I can just show you on the instructions, on the pattern instructions, it has these two triangles here that show you about colour placement and fabric placement.
Because that's the other thing, isn't it? You know, coming to quilting new as I am, I've been around quilts for a long time, but not actually made many/any. So this is all new to me. The designs that you can get and the effects you can get just by the different colours of the fabrics, amazing. So what's it recommending?
So this gives you more of a 3D look. I've used quite busy prints because that's more my style. And I have used a darker light and a medium. But if you can see, so this side here is lighter. That side's more of a medium, and then they've got the darker on the bottom. And you can see how that creates like a almost like a pyramid coming out. Yes, like a prism. And so it's a great way to start thinking about fabric and thinking about shades and having a play and creating your own look using the ruler. But it gives you all the tips, and in the instructions it's quite clear about use the light, use the medium, use the dark.
And all of that is possible. Trying to actually pick it up, it's all non-slip, isn't it? It's gripping on everything. Although those designs make me think of a Pink Floyd cover. With the Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah, Dark Side of the Moon, it's true.
You could do that. But here you go. So this is, and because of this natty piece of kit, $24.95, UDCQ 73. It's your non-slip ruler. You've got here, and it says here, number 1 finish size, number 2 finish size. It's all marked 3 finish size, 4 finish size, 5 finish size, with the lines for you to measure to. You've got these non-slip grips, that's what I'm trying to say, through here and here. So whether you're just cutting the half, like we've just seen, it's not going to move. It's fab, absolutely fab. $24.95. I'm being told you do need to check out your baskets for these now, please. So UDCQ 73, you know what that means? That means that you're loving it.
And I've not even sewn anything together yet, so let's do that. So I've used... this is the same. These are the same strips as I used to create those 2 other triangles.
Yes, the cafe. So this is cafe in red.
Yes. So if you were going to do a whole quilt, I would suggest just sewing the strips together. If you want to think about fabric placement, you can do that. But do a light, medium, dark, or however you want to do it. But just sew them all together and then just cut, and then you can start sewing your triangles. Yeah. So I just did that and did a lot of cutting. And when you're doing the half ones, because you're turning it, in fact, the same with the triangles, you're going to get one. So this I've used 2 strips.
Oh, you see,
and because you're turning, you're going to get one with the fabric at the point and one with the other fabric on the other point. And the same with the half triangles as well.
I think what is very clear with this is that this is your light side. So if you are trying to do that whole thing, then that is very much, and I think that's obviously. Kay Fassett is a quilter. He's an incredible quilter, and so his design strips are done with these sorts of things in mind. He knows that you might want to get this effect with the dark, with the medium, with the light tones. So that's what he's given you. So it's for me as a beginner quilter, I might look and go, oh, to get Kay $42.95. Is it worth me buying that? Well, firstly, it's top quality fabric. Secondly, the designs are absolutely stunning. And thirdly, because he's a quilter and a fabulous designer, he already knows the sort of things you're going to want. Colours that go, but also designs that are really punchy, but also in tones that you can do. lights one side, mediums and darks. It's all in there. That hadn't even occurred to me until you just said it. I'm like, no, you're so right.
It's how you get those different effects. I like mixing things up. I'm a bit more
zhuzhy.
Yes, so it doesn't, and I like having the different prints and the different scales in there as well.
Producer Hannah doesn't realise that this is actually a term now.
Isn't it zhuzhy?
Zhuzhy.
So I'm going to put these on together, and what I'm going to do here is I've decided I'm going to put all this florally print in the centre. I want to do it like that.
Yeah, this is my favourite one because it looks like an oil print. Yeah. Closely followed by that one because it looks, you know, you can get those stones where it's been, or crystals where it's been cut through, and you can see, beautiful. We've had a message. Who's that from? Pauline says she loves your hair.
Oh, thank you.
And she's from Manchester too.
Thank you. Oh, hello.
There you go.
Thank you. So I'm going to sew these together. So I'm sewing the half ones to the full triangles.
Yes.
And they do, because I've only used the 2 strips, it is quite a bit smaller than doing it with the 3.
Well, plus these were these 3.5 inch strips?
No, they're 2. It's all 2.5. Yeah, it's all 2.5 inch strips.
So that's the difference. By adding on a third, you can see how much bigger it's going to be.
And you can do them just using the single strip as well.
Amy Butler,
just small triangles.
Kate Fassett, you decide which you love.
So I'm going to sew this one to this one, and with this, let me see, that one's probably better to show. So where I've cut the dog ear off here, that's where we're going to.
Sorry,
that's where
you can say things like that. Cutting off dog ears.
Yeah, sorry. Poor Arthur. It's so lovely today. It's like pet therapy and sewing therapy.
It's lovely, isn't it?
It's just wonderful.
It's like the best 2 things you could ask for.
So that's where I've cut that dog ear off. That's that seam there. But you can confidently with these just
do it because you
do it. Yeah.
Okay, so if you've just tuned in. Wow, we've had a lovely morning so far. You're going to have to watch it again, either on YouTube or on the website. But we're working with rulers, creative grid rulers, who firstly know their rulers. They know what they're doing. The design features on it make it so easy to use that even a beginner like me can look at it and go, actually, this is really achievable because it's really spelt out for you how you go. If you're, and I don't think that changes, even if you are an experienced quilter. I mean, you are. This is the first time that you've seen a 120-degree triangular ruler. But it's just a joy to use, as are the fabrics. So, the K Facet design rolls that we've got 2.5 inch design rolls, they are perfect for quilters because they've been designed by quilters. The collection's been put together by a quilter for quilters. It just works. The whole thing works. It's a treat.
So all I've done is just put a pin in because I've done the strips. I've got sorry, let me just open that out. That's going to meet.
Ah, nice. So match
So I'm just matched that up so that I know that that's.
And will that give you a good point?
Yes, exactly. Yes, it's the points where the strips meet.
So it's by lining those up, you're going to get
and here as well. On there.
Those nice, neat points. Lucy's very good at it.
So I'm going to. Well, I'm very good at it because the ruler just makes it really easy.
Give yourself some credit as well. Come on.
Thank you. So I'm just setting this. I'm just going to use 1/4 inch, and I'm just sewing down that one seam.
Message from Hannah, our producer, who says, please check out your baskets because these rulers are going uber quick. See, love them. Absolutely love them.
And she recommends as well, and it is all in the instructions.
Which she? Producer
Sorry,
Hannah,
Rachel.
Rachel
Sorry,
the ruler.
Rachel the ruler there.
Oh no, she's producer Hannah says she's not recommending anything. Apart from obviously what we've got on the show.
Yeah, in the I've completely forgotten what I was going to say.
Sorry.
No, that's okay.
What does Rachel the ruler recommend?
I don't know. She recommends lots of fun things in the instructions. Yeah.
Nice save.
What did you say? Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. I've remembered. Sorry. Pressing.
Oh,
pressing. So when you press, when you're using these strips, you're always pressing to one side, which is very easy, and you're doing it from the front.
Right.
So when you're sewing the strips together, you press them before you before you cut, and you're pressing it to the side, and then every seam you're just pressing it to the side.
Okay.
So did I take that pin
Does it
out?
matter?
Do you want to give that one a press for me, and I'll do this
I thought you were going to say, do you want to give that a poke and see if you get pricked by the pin?
No, I wouldn't do that.
So thanks. Right, let me get going. We do have other Creative Grids rulers. Firstly on the website, and secondly on the show. I've got to do some iron. What have I done with me? Ah, here we go. So do check them out. I as a collective, I cannot recommend them highly enough. I absolutely love them. And for me now, we have this conversation quite a lot. If you are a beginner, like I am, when it comes down to quilting and things like that, do you pay out for the better quality brands? Do you do that? And my husband has a saying in our household: buy cheap, buy twice. Because you'll get to that point, and it's one of those things. It's like, if this is your hobby and you love doing it, then get the best that you can afford, and get the tools that are going to. Because if you get cheap ones like me, where it means that actually you slip all the time, you don't have the grips like these rulers do, then it means that actually I avoid cutting.
Yeah.
I mean, great, because I end up looking at sort of, other things like the Fiskars rotary cutter and things like that, but it stops me from doing things. And so, it's get the best that you can afford. So let me show you the other ones that we've got on the show.
I'll press that one.
Go on then, let's dance.
Thank you.
So that one we've seen. And again, when you get this, so this is the one that we've had on the show today. So that's your 120-degree ruler. But don't worry about putting all the details in, because we have them a lot. But it's just that just looks like packaging. It's not. That's all your information. That is all of these. Okay, so that's the one that Lucy's been using. So never throw the instructions away. Never throw that packaging away. So that's that one. Now we've also got on here. And you see, this is it. This is one that you're going to use all the time. So if you're cutting those strips, $19.95 gets you the Creative Grids non-slip rectangle. It's $19.95. Again, you've got your 1.5 inches on that side in black, and your normal inches on white this side. And this is standard across their grids. If I show you the back of it there, you can see. I haven't done this very well, have I, with my top? Really silly top to wear. I do apologise. You can see on here, you've got white lines, you've got black lines, you've got 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, 1/8 of inches. You've got down the side here. In fact, I'm going to, so 1/2 inch with the non-slip there, 1/4 of an inch on the non-slip there, which means that from the front, you can actually see 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch, and it gives you that opaque. So if you're looking at seam allowances, you've got them there. It's so well thought out. You've got these non-slip grips with these little circles all the way through, so it doesn't matter what amount of material you're cutting, it's going to be gripped. It's just perfect, absolutely perfect. 4.5 inches by 18.5 inches. Really good piece of kit. That's $19.95. Or this is the little one. This is itty bitty but really useful. If you don't want to wield bigger ones around, it's a natty little one. Take to workshops.
I just got myself one of those.
Did you?
Yes, because I like using the rectangles, and I think I've grown accustomed to it because I had the long one. Yeah. Is the first one I bought, and I've used that one for a long time. But sometimes you just don't need a wieldy, great. Long
there's a time and a place.
Exactly. So having just a slightly shorter one is great. And is that 12? I think it's.
It is 4.5 by 12.5. Yeah. So again, inches, 1.5 inches. So this one's £16.95. QTCQ 32. And
they do think, they think about quilters and the measurements that we use often. So having something that's 12.5 is really useful, because if you were adding, say, some sashing to a quilt block or something, a standard size quilt block, it comes in all different sizes, but oftentimes we'll use 12.5 unfinished, 12-inch finished blocks. So that's a great size.
I haven't scanned these. I don't know if that's going to give you instructions.
Yeah, it gives you a little video.
Does it give you a little video? Oh, you have scanned it?
it links to a little YouTube video showing you how to use the ruler.
That's really clever.
Yeah,
so on some of your smartphones,
then you can see other finished products that have been made using those particular
that's
rulers.
even more clever.
Yeah.
So if you've got one of these, and a lot of smartphones, you can get. Is it called a
it's
QS?
Like a QR reader.
QR, yes,
Yeah.
QR. QS, quality seconds, isn't it? QR reader. It's not QS. QR. I don't know what QR actually stands for. Quality
I'm
rulers.
not sure.
Let's go with that.
Let's do that.
Your QR, and you can just scan that in on your phone, and as Lucy says, takes you to a video. That's clever. That's
and if you don't have that on your phone, don't panic. You can just do a search for the size of the ruler,
right?
And it will pop up.
Oh, brilliant!
Yeah.
So whatever level of technology you're at, fear not.
And if you don't have the internet at all, you can just watch us use them, and then that's fine. So I'm just going to sew down that central seam now, and that's going to be the finish.
How easy!
That's going to be the triangle finish. So again, I'm going to match up the seams and just pin where the strips will meet. Now I like to, even when it's on an angle like that, if I get my angle right, where the stitching is, I will pin just to the side. So if I'm coming down here, I'm going to pin, because these are both pressed the same way. So I'm not butting them up against each other the way I would. I'm just going to put a pin.
Should I have ironed the other way?
No, because that's how it works out. Yeah, no.
Just checking I didn't iron
No,
it
you've
wrong
done it
for
right.
you.
You've done me proud. You're fine. So I'm just going to do that all the way along and just pin against the stitched line to hold that in place.
This is good, isn't it? Whilst you sew that, Producer Rachel, should we go and have a... Producer Rachel, I'm thinking Rachel the ruler. Hannah, should we go and have a look at some fabric? Let's do that. Oh, sure, yeah, let's have a look at these design rolls, because that's your red one. This is one that Lucy's used, and it's $42.95 from... Come on, Arthur. You can come and join me. Good boy. Sit down there. Oh, a stretch. Right, so here we go. $42.95 for your Cafe Facet Collective Classic design in red. This is from that red. And this is the roll that you're getting. So hang on, it says on here, it is 30 pieces and 2 of each of the designs. It just gives you a flavour of the colour explosion that's going to absolutely hit you when you undo that. Awesome. So that's the red. Let me show you the green. And actually, do you know what? I'm just going to... There's the green. Let me show you these, because I do have a whole selection here for you. So $42.95 for your design roll in green. So this is a selection of what you're going to get. 15 different design strips. Look at these. And for me, these just scream nature. You see, there you go. So we were talking about using lights. That would be one of your light ones. I think, knowing now what I do about going with different sort of shade colour families, I would work my way through and go, right, which ones are brights, which ones... See, that would be on the dark side, because it's got a black on it. So, you know, you've got that variety. Again, that's in your light. So you get two of each of the designs. But you see, that would be a mid one, I think, maybe. Oh, but then you see, look, you've got black in that one, so that would be a dark one. But look at these, so the variety. Oh, this is my favourite. Look at that. Just stunning. Oh, you're so clever. Cave. Here we go, and this is your, and then he just goes and throws in some polka dots, because you can, and he does. But then look, suddenly there's brown and green. Amazing. But then look at this. Oh, it's just so clever. And then that one, and this is just some of it. So you get 15 different designs, and then you get your polka dot and your blooms. Gorgeous. And then your lighter. This is almost like a cabbage rose, isn't it? Just beautiful. $42.95. That's it in green. We've seen it in red. Do you want to have a look at the blue? Whoosh. Move along, green. Blue's coming in. Now, ooh, ooh, ooh. I think this was Lucy's favourite one. Lucy, is that right? Was that your favourite one?
The dots, yeah.
The dots. The dots. That's Lucy's favourite one. Let's move that over to there. But you see, this always reminds me of biology classes when you had to look under microscopes. That's what that one reminds me of. Wait, okay, so I think because this design reminds me very much of nature. It's like he's taken everything from what's under the microscope up to your beautiful blooms to rocks. And that's what I see in this. Everybody sees something different, but that's what this collection reminds me of. So there you go. You're starting to get your blooms. Maybe I just watch too many sciencey programs. I don't know. Bit of a nerd. And then you see, look at these. So you know what Lucy was telling us about using your different colours as it's showing us in that book, in the instructions. You see, look, you've got three different. You've got light, dark, and mid-tones there. Again, all in one collection. Just beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And all in here for $42.95. The hard work is done for you. All you have to do is get on and sew, because it's just so gorgeous. Look at that. Oh, there's your favourite again. Oh, but hang on, there's spots. We're getting to the spots. Where are those spots? Because you get, oh, look at that. So you get those, and then you get a couple of different polka dots in this one as well. It's all in there. And then, oh, there. Finishing on my favourite one there. Absolutely gorgeous. It kind of leaves you wanting more, doesn't it? It's a little snippet. I want to see what that looks like in a metre of fabric. Ooh, $42.95, TRRW 42. That's it in your blue. Now, let's have a look at the Amy Butler fabrics here. Here we go. So, if you want to cut your own strips, if you want great value for money, just losing the dog, he's gone off. Then here we go. Let's have a look at this. These that we've seen work beautifully. And of course, these are available by the half metre. So if, say, you wanted then to back a cushion or back a quilt, then you can have these to back them as well. $6.95 per half a metre. This is your coral. This is dot fabric in your coral from Amy Butler. Now, there's your stitchy dots. Actually, it does look like a cross stitch when you get up close to it. Really pretty. Amy Butler, of course, an American designer, very clever lady. And again, she takes her inspiration a lot from nature as well, as so many designers do. You know, what do you see? What do you see out there every day? Now, let's have a look at the fans. So this is your feather fans. Did we make a dress out of this the other day? I've seen this somewhere. I can't remember. But it's not, you know, don't just think quilting with this. Of course, it's perfect for quilting, but this is also, you can do your dressmaking with this as well. And that's why we sell it by the half metre, so that you can decide how much you want. Maybe you want to make a dog coat out of it. $6.95. The choice is yours. KFRW 48. There we go. Now, do you want to have a look at your stitchy dots in port? That sounds quite delicious, doesn't it? Here you go, here are your stitchy dots in port. But of course, you know, you can pick it up because it's got the coral in there. So if you wanted it to work with the other one, of course it absolutely does. Something quite rather lovely about that.
That's my favourite.
Is it?
Yeah, I'm more than a little bit obsessed with it.
Are you?
Yes, I am.
More than a little bit obsessed?
Yeah, I have the coral one. I already had the coral one in my stash.
Did you?
Yeah, I bought quite a lot of it because I love it. But the burgundy purpley one is...
The port?
Calling to me. Port, yes. Port. The port is calling to me.
Well, port often calls to me, generally at Christmas. Here we go. Now, this one Is this directional? Oh, look. Oh, you've got animals through this one, but they are non-directional. You've got sort of stags or something going through there, and sort of great big birds. I love this one. This is my favourite out of the Amy Butler ones, I think. It's lovely, isn't it? This is one of those things that you look at and you see something different, and you see more in there.
And gorgeous for patchwork, because when you start cutting that up, it becomes different prints almost.
Yes, of course.
Because you've got so many different things going on in there. She's very clever designer.
That's a value for money one then, isn't it? That one, very much so. Do you know what we've also done for you? Because I know that you quilters like a spot of plain as well to mix it in. We've got a Macawa plain. This is your purple from Macawa. Again, this is, there you go, that's your purple. $3.25 per half a metre. It makes those designer fabrics go further, and it really makes them pop. So if you want your deep purple, $3.25, GIMY 29. Awesome.
Deep purple, that's another band, isn't it? Got a musical theme going on there.
There is, isn't there? Now, oh, hang on. I've got to give you two warnings. Firstly, this is back. The beehive, beehive, is back. So if you want that, grab it. But the ruler, which is up on the screen there, $24.95, we're in single figures. So if you are after this ruler here, let me move the bee out of the way. If you're after this ruler, $24.95, we are down to single figures. That's how popular it's been.
Well, then can I very quickly say something else?
Yes, yes,
yes,
you may.
I'll just move that one there. Because when I was playing around and thinking about different designs that you could do with it, and it occurred to me, you could just do the half triangle sections. So, you know, like we cut the half ones to make a full one.
Yes.
But you could just cut the half ones and put the half ones together to create scrappy looking different triangles.
Nice.
So rather than it being about disguising that seam, that you actually make that seam part of your design.
Oh, look,
and
nice.
then if I had done another one, or I mean, we can fit a normal one in there. But if if that had another half, you've got even more fabrics. You're creating a completely different design again. And then if you kept your middle fabric the same throughout, or at least the same for 3 of the triangles, you have a band.
Oh, nice.
You know, so that print, because I'm obsessed with this print, I could have that
and pull
running through, and then in a whole quilt it would be triangles of that fabric with the other ones becoming like the background.
Could you do, I'm thinking of table runners. What would happen if you just did them?
Yes. Yeah.
But that gives you a whole, because then you've, oh no, then it just gives you blocks, doesn't it?
It's just like block, I mean, that would be like rectangles, wouldn't it?
But then what happens if you did it alternate? So you did like one like that in there,
and a full triangle,
and then one like, and then you start to get an interesting table runner type thing.
Think that as a border on a quilt.
Oh, lovely! You see, that's where I'm inexperienced.
Would be beautiful, and that's where these it becomes like, oh, that's such intricate piecing. Look at those little bits.
Yes,
you know, when you put that together, you've got that tiny little triangle in there, and all your points match so perfectly. And aren't you incredible? And it's just that one ruler.
All from that one ruler.
Yeah.
Wow.
So having a play, and I think when you start cutting and putting it together, and then you think, oh, I could just do it like that and put it together like that. So lots of options just from the one ruler.
I love it. You know, it is absolutely gorgeous. Whether you're using it with Kaif, whether you're using it with Amy Butler fabrics, however you want to use it, do grab it, please, because we are into single figures now. So $24.95, UDCQ73. Lucy, we are nearly out.
I know, and look, you've just made that lovely diamond.
I know.
It's so pretty.
It just, but that's the gorgeousness of it, isn't it? This is why
with
you
the lights
hours.
and darks, to have that diamond, it looks beautiful. Yeah, it's so fun.
Check out the bees as well, because they came back into stock today, but they're not going to last, especially after Lucy's placed her order.
No, and I am. Quick.
It's meant to be a threat, and she will. But do so. grab your bees that we had on the first show, grab your rulers, grab all your different fabrics that you want from all the shows. It just leaves me to say thank you.
Thank you, Natasha.
So much, Natasha. Had a lovely, lovely time. And Arthur's asleep in the background. But Arthur, you've been an absolute star.
So good.
Arthur's the dog, if you've missed us. We will see you again tomorrow. John's in tomorrow.
Yes, I'm back in tomorrow as well.
And I'll see you Wednesday. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sewing Quarter is at the very heart of sewing as we bring you all things sewing and quilting. The team behind us live and breathe sewing day to day. We strive to bring you exclusive offers, exciting live demonstrations, and most importantly, we will custom cut fabric to your specification in our very own cutting room. We will also be bringing you TV exclusives that you won't be able to find anywhere else. So come and join us today at the Sewing Quarter.
Welcome to the Sewing Quarter.